We are live on a trade edition of the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Well, right after we got off the air last night, a trade went down with the Phillies and the Twins, and then another one has happened today. The Phillies and the Twins connecting on another deal that will send a couple of Phillies minor league prospects to the Minnesota Twins in exchange for outfielder Harrison Bader. He is coming to Philadelphia, so Dave Dombrowski gets a right-handed bat that can play the outfield, and we'll talk about all of the moves, and could he be done? Is Dave Dombrowski saying, I've got all my moves done before 6 o'clock, now I can go take a nap? We got so much to get into. Jhoan Duran, who is really, it's funny. He was the best closer on the market, or was he? Mason Miller did get traded today to the San Diego Padres, but they gave up the number 3 overall prospect in baseball in exchange for Miller and a bunch of other stuff. So the Phillies go out and get Duran. The National League playoff race is going to be wild. Think about the Mets got Ryan Helsley yesterday to add him to their bullpen with Diaz. You've got now the Padres right now have Robert Suarez, and they now have added Mason Miller. And if you're the Phillies, you have Jhoan Duran, who, puts you at one of the top guys in the back end of the bullpen, right? He's one of the best closers in baseball. And I think the return that they gave up is manageable. Did you want to give up Mick Abel? Of course you didn't want to, but I feel pretty good about the fact that Mick Abel really wasn't going to be an impactful part of this Phillies organization, so I'm okay with that. And then Eduardo Taiit, no, I did not want to give up Taiit if I didn't have to, but I'll think about that 4 or 5 years down the line. I might bemoan it in 5 years when I don't have a catcher and this guy's maybe up with the Twins and ripping it up. But right now for the 2025 Phillies, Eduardo Taiit is way, way off from helping this team out. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can leave your comments in the comments section on the live feed. If you're on the X platform, YouTube, you can always post there, or the text board, 609-403-0973. Is Harrison Bader a good enough offensive addition to say, we're done? Patrick Hansberry is watching on the YouTube channel. He says, Bader isn't a good enough bat. Patrick, I'm not going to well, let's get into this, all right, Patrick? I like your point. Is Bader a good enough bat? I would ask this question. Is he better than Max Kepler? Is Harrison Bader an upgrade over Max Kepler? And you might not be looking at it in that realm. Is he better than Max Kepler? Well, since July 1st, Harrison Bader has a .952 OPS, a .290 batting average with 5 homers and 11 RBI. Is Harrison Bader the upgrade in the platoon? We talked a lot about this. If you can't get the right-handed bat that starts and plays every day, can you upgrade your platoons? So Harrison Bader, is he an upgrade in your platoon? Probably, but as the guy watching on YouTube just said, is he a good enough bat? I'm not sure. We got to dive a little deeper into the numbers here because Harrison Bader is a center fielder. He has played primarily center field. In fact, I don't know if he's played any other spot other than center field during his career. I mean, he has basically been a guy who has played center field. So do the Phillies look at him and say, hey, you are now our center fielder? He has played actually let's see here. So he has played center field 721 games. He has played a little bit of left, 83 games, and some right field, 46 games. So he has been primarily a center fielder. This year with the Twins, he has played actually more left field than he has in center field because they have Byron Buxton there. But he has been primarily a center fielder. So that's interesting. If you're the Phillies, do you look at Bader and say you are the right-handed bat with Marsh in left field? There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle. He could be the right-handed bat to Marsh, and those two guys can play left field. Justin Crawford, I would imagine, will be up here tomorrow after the deadline. The Phillies do not play tonight, so I would imagine Justin Crawford will be up. You could play him in center field. He could play center field with Rojas, or he just plays center field, and Rojas is basically out of the mix. Jeff is watching on the YouTube channel. He says, I'm ecstatic by these two deals. I'm ready for the World Series. Hashtag ring the bell. Do these moves do enough? There's so much. I mean, my brain is all over the place with Bader. Could he play left or could he play center? I think of Bader as a center fielder. We had Dave Gallagher on the show earlier this month, in the month of July, and he brought up Harrison Bader as a guy that he thought the Phillies should target, and here's why.
I think they need to find an everyday center fielder. I had brought up Harrison Bader. I think is such a good fit because he can run. He's a plus defender, got a little bit of pop in his bat, and I think you can obviously run him out there against right-handers or left-handers.
So he liked him because of a multitude of reasons. He could be your center fielder, and he could run. He's got some pop in his bat. He's a guy, not a big home run guy, but Harrison Bader, if you remember, a couple of years ago, he's a double-digit home run guy, hit 21 home runs with the Cardinals a couple of years back. He's a Gold Glove outfielder, so he's been a pretty good defensive player. So you're not having a guy out there who lacks defense. I would say you plug him in center field. He is the right-handed bat there, but does Justin Crawford – that's why does Crawford factor in here if Bader – because a lot of people think Crawford would profile better in left field. So what happens to Marsh? You don't want – I just don't want Marsh playing center field in a playoff game.
No, you don't. I think that this Bader acquisition allows them to go to Marsh and say, look, you're going to be the everyday left fielder moving forward. And then with Bader, maybe they go to him and be like, look, we're going to start you in center field. Remember your idea with Luis Robert Jr.? Hey, you're going to have a month to play center field. And then we'll figure out if we want to bring up Justin Crawford or not. Because you don't have to bring up Crawford.
Don't have to.
You could say your lineup is Bader in center, Marsh in left, and then Kemp will play left on the other days. And then Castellanos is in right.
By the way, Harrison Bader against right-handed pitching, 266 with a 347 on-base percentage. His numbers against left-handed pitching aren't all that much different, 241, 318 on base. But his slugging is actually better against lefties. He is a right-handed batter. But my point is, he is a right-handed batter who actually has better batting average and on-base percentage against right-handed pitching.
Correct.
So these numbers would suggest that you could play him in the outfield every single day.
The most unique thing about him, for those who don't know this, in 2022 with the Yankees, Harrison Bader had 5 home runs in 9 playoff games. So he is a guy that in the postseason, Mike, if he gets hot, he could be a legit dude in your lineup.
I could retort by saying, I watched Nick Castellanos have one of the best playoff runs I've ever seen in one series, and then one of the worst runs I've ever seen in the very next series. But
Fair.
Could he, give you that hot run while somebody else is having the cold run?
Exactly.
That's why you needed this extra bat, because you just didn't have enough consistency. The last 28 days, Bader is hitting 305 with a 388 on-base percentage, a 998 OPS, 5 homers, 11 RBI in the last 20 games. I mean, it sounded as if Harrison Bader was like, hey, please trade me to a place that I can go and play in the playoffs because I love the playoffs. Listen, I don't know that Harrison Bader is going to excite people. It was a name that Dave Gallagher, who played with the Phillies, brought up as, hey, he would be a guy that could fix some of your center field problems. He could play every day. So I think, on the surface, now, I don't know that Dave Dombrowski is going to speak today or has spoken. The Phillies do not play, so are they going to have some sort of press conference or something?
Well, they're also traveling back, so they might not even – I don't even think they've landed in Philadelphia yet, have they?
They didn't leave yesterday after the game?
Well, they might have left last night. I don't know what their deal is today. Are they just taking a day off?
I would imagine they're having a day off, but I'm wondering if Dave Dombrowski is going to speak on the day of the trade deadline. Generally, you talk at the end of the day. He did speak last night on the trades, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. Scott Lauber is going to join us in 20 minutes. But if you look at these two trades, you are definitely better at the back end of the bullpen. Jhoan Duran is a absolute stud closer. He is under team control now. He will be your closer for at least the next 3 seasons. That deal was a home run for the Phillies and Dave Dombrowski. For anybody out there who's been critical of Dave Dombrowski, and we've all said, look, he did not have a great offseason. And one of the reasons he had to make these moves is because he did not have a great offseason, right? He had to go get Harrison Bader. Why? Because he brought in Max Kepler, and that did not work out. He had to go get Jhoan Duran because he brought in Jordan Romano and took a flyer on him, and that has not worked out. So he had to do this stuff. But how many people right now look at the Phillies and say they're considerably better right now than they were at this time yesterday? Because when we started the show yesterday at Yuri's, the Phillies did not have Jhoan Duran, and they did not have Harrison Bader.
I think they're significantly better because Duran, as you mentioned, he's the answer to the back end of your bullpen. All the experimentation with Romano and Strom and Kerkering, the failure of Jose Alvarado to keep himself on the field. The reality is that Duran is the kind of guy that allows you to stabilize the bullpen. And then Harrison Bader is literally the guy that we've all been begging for. Can we get someone who's a right-handed bat who is better than Weston Wilson?
Well, is he better? That's not what – I don't think that's what you've been begging for. Better than Weston Wilson. What I've been saying is he better than Johan Rojas? Because right now Rojas is the guy who is the starting center fielder against left-handed pitching. So is Harrison Bader an upgrade over Rojas?
Yes.
100%. The other question would be if you don't see him as your everyday center fielder if you're the Phillies and you think he is the left fielder. And this one's weird to me because he has been playing left field all season long. So did they just say, hey, you've been playing left for most of the season, let's just keep you in left?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
He is
I hope
a guy,
they don't do
and
that.
by the way, he has been a better center fielder than, he is a good center fielder. Harrison Bader has won a Gold Glove in center field. He's a good center fielder. He's not Johan Rojas out there, but he's better than Marsh.
Well, also he's not Johan Rojas in the fact that he doesn't make these strange low baseball IQ
Yeah, they
plays.
happen. But, Rojas last night threw another guy out the plate. He makes special plays at times. And, yes, he makes boneheaded plays at other times. But Bader's an upgrade over Marsh in center field. The question would be, do you just put Bader in center field? What does that mean for Crawford? Do you just say to Marsh, you are now the left fielder with Otto Kemp, and you guys are going to play left field? Max Kepler gets DFA'd. What would that then mean for Justin Crawford? What does that mean for Johan Rojas? Now, you might say, well, who cares? But he's taking up a roster spot at this point. Do you value him as a defensive player?
Yes.
And that you could put him in center field and Bader in left field?
I was going to say there could be a scenario where instead of having Kemp be the right-handed alternate with Marsh, you could always bump Bader over to left.
Right, and then Kemp becomes the upgrade to Weston Wilson.
Right.
Kemp could be the guy that plays some third. He plays some first.
Second.
He plays some second. He plays some outfield. And then Weston Wilson is no longer here. Text board is blowing up right now. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Everybody watching on the YouTube channel. Just is ecstatic, by the way. Let's go to Chris on YouTube. He says, are the Phillies going to make any other moves, Chris? It's a good question. It's a fair question. Are they done, or do they have one more move they want to make, and what would that move be? Is it another bullpen arm, or do they say we need another bat because Bader is a good bat, he's not a great bat? Like Harrison Bader right now, where do you plug him into this lineup? I'd probably say if you're plugging him right into the lineup, and I would imagine he's going to play every single day, for the Twins, he was primarily batting ninth. 8th or 9th, he was hitting at the bottom half of the lineup there. So I would assume here with the Phillies, he would be in a similar spot where he would be hitting towards the bottom half of the lineup, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there. So does that – it certainly doesn't significantly improve your lineup, but does it give you a better bat in your lineup than you had on the days with your right-handed bats playing Rojas? Absolutely, because Rojas usually hits ninth.
Yeah, and I think that, Dombrowski, he wouldn't say if they would or would not make any more deals last night. He was kind of more
Well, he did say that they were definitely looking, but they were not going to trade Andrew Painter. That was pretty clear.
That was very clear, right. But, as Dombrowski said last night, they view the bullpen right now as set. This was Dave Dombrowski last night when he spoke to the media, Mike.
Looking for bullpen help, or do you
No.
think this is it?
No, I mean, there's somebody that's
Right.
so good on here, but between Duran, we've got Robertson coming, and we're pleased with his progress. We have Kerkering from the right-hand side, and then with Strom and Banks. we feel very comfortable where we are. And when I talk to Topper, he'll talk more about him. He's a legitimate closer. So we feel he'll fit into that role for us.
Yeah, I mean, he said, no, I think we're done with the bullpen, and Topper kind of said the same thing last night. Oh, we really like our bullpen, but I like what Dombrowski said. Hey, unless something kind of emerges here. I don't know what else would emerge at this point. You just talked to the Twins for the second time. You got Duran yesterday, and you got Bader today. You could have got Griffin Jacks to possibly come back in that move, and you passed over that. So it sounds as if their bullpen is where it is. And he mentioned, Middleton a week ago. The owner said, hey, you can always put a starter in the bullpen for the playoffs as well. So I would imagine their bullpen, and I tweeted this out yesterday, and it looks like I might be right about this, which was that, well, the one area I would be wrong would be I included Abel in that bullpen mix. But yesterday I tweeted out before the show that the Phillies bullpen in October will be a guy they trade for, which is now Jhoan Duran, Kerkering, Strahm, Robertson, Banks, Luzardo, I said Abel, and then you have Suarez in the event that he doesn't start that first series where you only need 3 starting pitchers, and that's because I'm assuming that when Nola's back, he would be one of those 3 starting pitchers, so that in the first, if you're in a wild card round, Suarez would be in the bullpen. If you're in the division series round, maybe Suarez would be in the bullpen. You only need 3 starting pitchers. But now Abel would be out of that mix. Somebody else will now have to go into that mix. So I guess there's room to add, and maybe that's Romano, because now Jordan Romano is going to go from working in the 8th and 9th innings to probably be working in the lower 5th and 6th inning situations where, like, Max Lazar has been working right now.
Yeah, that's what Rob Thompson was saying yesterday. He was explaining that he views not Jordan Romano as one of the setup guys. He was talking about Strahm and Kerkering. Take a listen.
Yeah, so I think the 2 main setup guys would be Strahm and Kerkering. And you'd mix and match with them depending on what pocket you're in. And 6th inning, you've got a bevy of guys that you can use.
Yeah, so Strahm and Kerkering, depending on if there's lefties coming to bat or righties coming to bat, would pitch the 7th inning and 8th inning.
Right.
And then you would have Duran pitch the 9th. So really it's whoever's up the bat pitches the 7th, whoever's up the bat pitches the 8th, the other guy pitches the 8th, Duran pitches the 9th. So you got to hope your starters get you to the 7th inning, and you can use your Kerkering, your Strahm, and your Duran. Anything that you have to take a starter out earlier in the game in the 5th and 6th inning, that's when your Tanner Banks, that's where Luzardo, that's
Romano.
where this other group of guys would come into play. So you're hoping that your starting pitching, which has been your formula, can get you to the 7th inning, and you have that pocket of guys plus David Robertson. So you really have 2. Now, if Robertson comes in and he's the guy that he was, in his very good years.
Well, he had a good year last year.
Yeah, I'm not poo-pooing Robertson.
If he's
I'm just saying.
what he was last year.
Well, if he's just what he was in 2022, is that good enough? They traded for him in 2022, and he was just okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough, but the guy you saw at the Rangers last year had a very high strikeout rate. If you get that guy coming in the 6th or 7th innings,
well, I will say, when
good.
you traded for him with the Cubs, he was very good with the Cubs.
Right.
He had very big numbers, and you were like, wow, if he's that guy here, you're really, really good. Then you got him, and he was just okay when he came here.
Yeah. Mike, to your point about also yesterday, you and Frank yesterday talked about Tanner Banks, how Tanner Banks has been great in not big moment situations. He's been good in your 6th and 7th innings. So now you get to keep guys like Tanner Banks in their roles, right? Now this allows you to not ask them to come into some crazy high
Yeah, like Tanner Banks, again, he came in yesterday in what was that, the 6th inning of that game, and he did his job. He pitched the 6th inning and did his job, and then they went to Lazar, and that turned into a disastrous inning after
he fell
that.
apart.
I mean, that was just an awful, awful fall-apart inning, and the team just looked absolutely, lifeless after that. But, yeah, Banks has been primarily pitching in lower leverage situation, which he has done a really, really good job in. And last night, the game, it's a close game. It's early in the game still. What's the score? 3-2, I think, or 2?
3-2.
Might have been 2. No, it was 2-2 when Banks came in the game.
Oh, 2-2 when Banks came in.
Yeah, when Banks came in the game, it's 2-2.
Lazar.
No, it was 2-2. Walker threw 5. Banks threw the
came
6,
in.
and Banks has been generally coming in that spot, doing
Banks
the
did
job.
a good job.
it was the inning that Lazar came in.
They
and
imploded.
Now, you can ask the question, why Lazar in that spot? Well, it's funny. We were talking about Lazar yesterday, is that he's actually done a pretty good job, Lazar, and they put him in that spot yesterday in a 2-2 game in the 7th inning. Hey, you know what? Let's see if Max Lazar, we were just talking about this yesterday, right? Pete was saying, hey, maybe you got to start seeing if he could give you more. Well, they tried that yesterday. Didn't work out, right? Hey, let's see if this guy who's pitched really well in the 5th and 6th inning of games, and by the way, he pitched well in the extra inning game the other day, right? He came in a big spot. Hey, let's see if you can go in a 2-2 game against a lesser team, right? This is a team that's not all that good. Let's see how you handle the 7th inning. Well, 7 hits and 6 runs later, I think we're going to scrap that idea. You're out on that one, right?
Yeah, I'm out on that one.
609-403-0973. Cole from LBI. Mets and Phillies both making good moves at the deadline. I was hoping the Mets got Bader. He was a key part of last year's team. Yeah, keep that in mind. Harrison Bader is a guy who is familiar with the National League East, too, and is a guy who was a big,
He was a big part of the Mets' success at the end there.
He was a big part of the Mets' success. He was a guy last year who – and the one thing it's interesting about him too is he can steal a bag. He's a guy but I just, he's hitting at the bottom of the lineup. So this isn't like, all I would say is he's an upgrade over what you currently had.
Yes.
And what does that mean? I don't know. I mean, just saying, hey, he is.
I'll tell you what it means. It means Dave Dombrowski did his job. People like me, Mike, were pounding the table saying, I keep hearing about how Dave Dombrowski's done this. I want to see it. People like me were asking Dombrowski to do something. Well, you know what Dombrowski said? He pulled an Elton Brand. He pointed to the fan in the stands and said, I got you. I'll be back. And he went and got the job done.
Big Al from Vineland says, I like the Phillies trades. I knew Harper wasn't going to go to the outfield. It was very unlikely that they would get someone. There was really only one player that they could have obtained to send Harper to the outfield, and that trade happened
late last night.
Late last night, and Eugenio Suarez ended up going to the Seattle Mariners.
Right.
Phil and Brigantine. Mike, tell us about Harrison Bader. Looks like the Phillies are making the deal for him. Yeah, again, Bader, solid player, good player, not a great player, but everyday player. Good splits against both. Probably will profile as the Phillies' everyday center fielder, I would imagine. Now Marsh will move to left field with Otto Kemp, I would think, and you have probably seen the end of Max Kepler. Todd in Brigantine says, so glad the Phillies traded for Bader, just what they needed, another outfielder with a lot of power, another without a lot of power, another Marsh, Wilson, Rojas, or Kepler. Woohoo! I'm sure there's more to come. Obviously, that is a tongue-in-cheek there. Not too thrilled with adding a powerless or a mid-tier power outfielder.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's powerless. But the problem with the people who are having that opinion is you're acting like there was a better option out there. There wasn't like there was a better option to get a guy necessarily better than Bader, especially for what teams are asking for. Like there's a report that came out earlier today that the White Sox are now going to keep Luis Robert Jr. and not going to trade him. So it's like, okay, well, that was a guy you maybe could have gotten, but he wasn't available. So if Harrison Bader, to repurpose a question from Mike Gill earlier in the week, if fill in the blank, this case Harrison Bader was the best player available, is that good enough?
Don't know. Don't think so. I would say you're better than you were yesterday, but I don't know that means you're good enough. I mean, again, he's probably going to hit 7, 8, 9. I would imagine he'll hit 7, 8, 9, somewhere there, much like Austin Hayes last year. You got a guy who you needed a right-handed bat. You went out and got a right-handed bat, but it didn't make much of an impact. This will be a right-handed bat that is a better hitter offensively than Jhoan Rojas is. I don't know how impactful it will be in the big picture, though. Getting Jhoan Duran, that changes the game for their bullpen, no questions about it. But you don't live in a vacuum. The Mets are getting moves. They're making moves. The Padres have made moves. They're both better today, too. Are the Phillies good enough? 609-403-0973. Check us out on the YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show, on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. A lot of people watching right now on the YouTube and X platform. Appreciate that. When we come back, Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer will join us to talk about the Phillies trades. And are they done? We'll ask him next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 2:31 on the Major League Baseball trade deadline day. Scott Lauber covered it all for the Phillies from the Philadelphia Inquirer, set to join us right now. Phil's made one trade yesterday and have made another deal earlier today. Harrison Bader, an outfielder, right-handed bat. He will go where? We'll find out what Scott thinks this move means for them. Is he an everyday player? Center field, left field? He's been playing mostly left, but he's been mostly a center fielder. Is he a platoon player? Is he an everyday player? A lot of questions there, I know. Scott Lauber from the Inquirer set to join us, covers the Phillies right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Scott, welcome back, man. How are you, pal?
Hey, Mike. How are you?
All right, busy day. Appreciate a couple minutes. Bader, let's start there because that deal was made today. This is a guy who's a right-handed bat in the outfield. His splits are pretty good. Do you look at him as an everyday player on this roster, and where would that be?
Do I? I don't, but I don't know how they look at him right now because they haven't announced the trade. They're still informing, I think, there are two minor leaguers who are going to Minnesota in this deal, lower-level minor leaguers, not high-level prospects. But, you know, those are questions that I have. Where does he fit in? How does he fit in? He is a right-handed bat, and so you could see him as the righty half of a platoon with either Brandon Marsh or Max Kepler. You could also see him as an everyday guy. He's played pretty well this season for the Twins, played his way into an everyday role there. I don't think they had him marked for an everyday role when they signed him back in February. He was kind of a late offseason signing, but he's played well. So it could be like Austin Hayes. I mean, if we talked, you and I might have talked on the day of the Austin Hayes trade last year, and I wasn't sure if he was going to be an everyday guy, and their intention was to play him every day, so they could look at Bader that way. I think Justin Crawford factors into this too. I really do, because, you know, I've talked to Dave Dombrowski, and I wrote about this morning on the Inquirer website, Inquirer.com. You know, Dombrowski has said, look, we're not going to call up Justin Crawford until we know for sure that he can play every day, that we'll have every day at bats for him. They don't know that until the trade deadline passes, right? They wouldn't have known that until they knew exactly what they were going to come up with by the deadline. So if the deadline passes and the best they do is Bader, you know, do they then pull the trigger on Crawford coming up and playing every day, and then you platoon Bader with, let's say, Marsh, and go from there? I think that's on the table as well. So lots of ways that they can go, but they were clearly looking for a right-handed bat, and that is what they got with Bader, who is a right-handed bat who plays really good defense in the outfield. He won a Gold Glove a few years ago. You know, I think defense was something that they had at top of mind in terms of wanting to make this deal, and they got a good defender who's hit the ball well this year, and now, you know, we'll see how he fits in.
Yeah, I'd like to get your thoughts on Justin Crawford. I mean, a lot of people have wondered, why hasn't he been up? You have a void in the outfield. Would he be a guy that they would want to play every day, I would assume, right? He would come up. He would not be the left-handed bat in the platoon. So it would be like, do you see Crawford up here tomorrow or the trade deadlines pass? Kepler, thanks for your service. Justin Crawford, welcome aboard. Or would that be something that would be more of a September 1st thing and kind of figure out what it looks like?
I could see it happening sooner than September 1st. I could see it happening in the very near future. It has happened that way before, with Dave Dombrowski and prospects. As a matter of fact, I was talking to him recently, and I asked a question about just kind of a broadly speaking, but of course we were talking about Justin Crawford. I had Justin Crawford on my mind, but broadly speaking, what is his philosophy on when's the right time to call up a kid like Crawford, right, to play every day? And he brought up Andrew Benintendi. I was covering the Red Sox in 2016 when Dombrowski was running the Red Sox, and I will tell you, the trade deadline came and went. And then the day after the deadline, they called up Andrew Benintendi, who had played a handful of games in AAA at that point, to play every day in left field. He did that. He hit .295 down the stretch for the last 2 months of the season. That team made the playoffs in 2016, won its division, and made the playoffs. Could I see the same thing happening with Crawford here? Absolutely. I can totally see that. as I said, they've talked about Crawford, but their conversations have come back to, we need to make sure that he plays every day if we bring him up here. And they could not guarantee that until after the trade deadline, until they knew what was available, what the prices were, could they get an outfielder, could they not get an outfielder, what type of outfielder, all of those questions. So if Harrison Bader is the guy that they've come up with, and he is a guy that they have come up with, if that's the outfield move, I think there is a way to get Justin Crawford here to play every day, and that would involve probably moving out Max Kepler and then platooning Bader with Brandon Marsh. I don't know if they're ready to do that or not, but I think that there would be an avenue to seeing that happen.
All right, Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer. We'll keep our eyes on that. It looks like Harrison Bader will be here. Where he plays, we'll find out later on. Obviously, the Phillies give up a couple lower-level prospects there. They did give up Mick Abel and Eduardo Tait yesterday to get Jhoan Duran, who would imaginably pitch in the ninth inning. He would be that lockdown closer. How big of a deal is this for this bullpen?
Huge deal. I mean, so until Mason Miller got traded today to the Padres, and we'll see what happens in the next 2.5 hours or 3.5 hours, I guess it is, before 6 p.m. Duran is in the top handful of deals that will be made at this deadline for sure. So it is a big deal. Hearing Dave Dombrowski yesterday, it sounds like it's not something he thought was going to happen until maybe yesterday, certainly not until early in the week. The Twins were one of those teams that was kind of fence-sitting for a while. Would they buy? Would they sell? If they sold, would they only sell rental players on expiring contracts? Would they sell players who had control? There were a lot of questions about the Twins, and I think a lot of the signals that they were sending to teams were, wait and see. We're not going to give this up yet. We're in the AL Central. We're not giving up the fight. And early in the week, it became clearer to teams, including the Phillies, that the Twins were open for business and that they would move controllable players. It sounds like, from everything I was told, that the Twins started out by asking for Andrew Painter. The Phillies said no way. They wouldn't trade Andrew Painter last year at the deadline for Garrett Crochet. They were not going to trade him for a closer. They weren't going to trade him for anybody, but they were not going to trade him for a closer if last year they weren't trading him for an ace starter. The deal could have died right there. Like the talks could have ended right there. They picked up again yesterday morning, from what I understand, and Dave Dombrowski said it was about 5 o'clock Central Time. Phillies were in Chicago. The Twins had a day game. It was about 5 o'clock Central Time yesterday that they really kind of got serious, and some of the names were exchanged. It was important to the Twins to get Mick Abel because they couldn't get Andrew Painter, and they wanted a starting pitcher who was close to the big leagues right now. It sounds like Abel's going to be in their rotation. Eduardo Tait's kind of, I don't want to call him a lottery ticket because he's more than that. He can really, really hit. But he's 18 years old. He'll be 19 next month. It's going to be several more years before he's close to being ready for the major leagues. There are some questions about his defense. Scouts I've talked to love the bat. They really think he can hit. So it hurts a little bit. The Phillies gave up 2 of their top 6 prospects to get Jhoan Duran. But Duran is a stud closer. He's legit. He's 27. They'll have him for 3 playoff runs this year, next year, and 27 as well. That was important to the Phillies. And, they were able to retain Andrew Painter, Aiden Miller, and Justin Crawford. So you get a stud closer without trading any of your top 3 prospects. I thought it was a really good deal for the Phillies, and the kind of a deal that you make when you're trying to win the World Series right now, and you need a guy to help put you over the top.
All right, Scott Lauber from the Inquirer. We'll get you out on this one because obviously they got Duran now. He looks like he'll pitch the 9th. You would imagine Kerkering and Strahm are your kind of 7th, 8th inning guys, depending on who's up to bat. After that, probably still up in the air. But do you, Scott, see any of the starters being legitimate help for the bullpen? John Middleton said last week, hey, we can move Mick Abel there. Well, he's obviously not here anymore. Then Dombrowski said, well, it's not going to be Painter. But is it Luzardo? Is it Nola? Is it Ranger Suarez? Any of those starters in your mind profile to help this bullpen out? Because I would imagine they still need another guy. I didn't include Robertson yet either, but probably one of those starters will help out this bullpen, you would think.
Yeah, I was going to say, so you've got Duran in the ninth, and then leading up to Duran, you have Strom, as you said, Kirkering, David Robertson, who will be here next week. At least that's the plan. Tanner Banks, who's pitched very, very well this year as a second lefty in the bullpen. And then you're right, it's going to be it's going to be a starting pitcher most likely who then goes to the bullpen. You won't need 5 starters in the playoffs. You'll barely need 4. I think if there's a leader in the clubhouse right now, I would imagine it's Jesus Luzardo, because he probably, Wheeler's going to start game 1. Sanchez is going to start game 2. Game 3, right now it would be Ranger Suarez. Aaron Nola's coming back, and he's going to be back probably by the middle of August. And then I think, it's a toss-up, right, for game 3. Is it Suarez? Is it Nola? Nola, to me, is not a reliever. He's never done it. I don't think his stuff profiles out of the bullpen because it's not, it doesn't light up the radar gun. It's not electric stuff. He is definitely a starting pitcher through and through. So I would imagine he's either your game 3 or game 4 starter. There's going to be a temptation to say Suarez because he's done it before as a reliever and very well as a reliever. I don't know. I think he's still very valuable as a starting pitcher. I think he's probably right now your number 3 starter. So that to me leaves Luzardo. And, the wild card in all of this is Andrew Painter, because as you said, I mean, I've asked Dave Dombrowski, it feels like I ask him this question every 3 or 4 weeks or so since the offseason. Would you consider using Andrew Painter out of the bullpen? And his answer has consistently been somewhere between we have not discussed that yet, which leaves open the possibility that they will discuss it at some point. And no, we wouldn't do that because he's coming back off the Tommy John surgery. We wouldn't put him at risk from a health perspective by putting him in the bullpen. But the qualifier is usually we have not discussed it yet. So look, I mean, I wouldn't totally dismiss it. I think it's probably still a bit of a long shot. But if you get to October and you think he can help you, and you don't think you're putting him at risk health-wise, your medical people tell you he can do it, why not do it, right? I mean, that's 100-mile-an-hour, high 90s to 100-mile-an-hour fastball coming at you for 1 inning. It could be a real weapon out of the bullpen. So, I think they'll talk about it at some point, and I don't know what they'll land on. They may land on just being conservative with the health and saying we're not going to do that to him. But if they think that health-wise he could do it, I wouldn't totally rule it out, not until they rule it out completely.
Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer. By the way, the Phillies have made it official. The email has hit my watch. They have traded for Harrison Bader from the Minnesota Twins to make room on the 40-man roster. Brett DeGuss was designated for assignment, so we'll see what ends up happening on the big league roster when he pops up. Scott, I know you got a lot of calls and a lot of things to do. Appreciate a couple minutes, man.
Of course. Thanks, Mike.
There's Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Check out all his coverage of the Major League Baseball trade deadline over at the Inquirer. And he was kind enough to join us right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we got text board wide open today, 609-403-0973. A lot of people chiming in on the text board. We're going to try to hit on as many as we can all throughout the day. This is a me and you kind of day. Everybody out there. And then in the 5 o'clock hour tonight, we'll do a trade deadline special. Frank Close will join me for the final hour of the show, and we'll just kind of go over everything that's going on. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day is in 1 hour from now. Stick around, as Evan Cohen had something interesting to say about a Philadelphia executive. I'll read and react to your text messages next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 2:50, 10 to the top of the hour. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN on the YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show, on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show. Like, rate, subscribe, view, be a part of the show on the text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Couple text messages. Paul from Millville says, Mike, I don't need to be negative Nancy, but Duran is one guy. You still have to make it to Duran with the rest of the bullpen guys who have already been shaky at best. I do not believe we have made enough improvements to truly contend must-lets win the division. Soto, Romano, Estevez. We have went for a lot of closers who had great pedigree, and none of them worked out. I don't have much faith that Topper will let Duran be the closer, and that is his only role, because he hasn't done that with those guys. All right, well, let's break down a couple things here. One, you're right about, I think that bullpen, they still should try to get another guy, but I will say you have to get to Duran. If Kerkering is now pitching the 8th inning, that's a better option than Kerkering pitching the 9th inning. Kerkering's been pretty good. He can, pitch the 8th. Strom has been okay as an 8th inning guy. He was not good in the playoffs last year. You cannot say that he had a good track record in that playoff run last year. He was not good in those playoffs. But those two guys, Strom, Kerkering, David Robertson, those 4 guys. You mentioned Soto. He was a good closer with Detroit, came here, wasn't in the closer role. They didn't really view him as a closer here. Romano, he was a really good closer in Toronto, but he missed all of pretty much last year because of an injury. The Phillies just took a flyer on him, hoping that he bounced back from that arm injury, and that has not worked out. He has been horrendous. Estevez, they did make the closer, and he was pretty good. The problem was he kind of had a bad playoff run for you. Estevez was a pretty good closer for you when he got here, and the Phillies did use him as the closer. And let's be clear here. Caleb Cotham runs the pitching staff. The front office and Cotham are going to use Jhoan Duran as the closer. This isn't Rob Thompson like, hey, I got a great idea. Let's not use. No. Guess what? Topper, we got you a closer. This is your closer now. This isn't a debate. This is where the front office and the pitching coach, who runs a lot of the pitching, Caleb Cotham is going to say, this is my closer now. You do not have to worry about Jhoan Duran not closing ball games out to Paul in Millville.
Yeah, Dombrowski said last night that they literally traded for Duran to be the closer. Take a listen.
The one thing they told me, they said, don't worry, he'll pitch. If you wanted to use another inning, he would. And Rod Thompson said, well, we're pitching him in the 9th. Now he has also pitched multiple innings at various times too, but I don't think we're getting him for that purpose.
Yeah, so, that was pretty clear. He will be the pitcher in the 9th inning. Topper talked about it himself as well. He talked about the fact that the bullpen's in a good spot now because he has a guy. The Phillies have never really had that level of guy that they could go to in the 9th inning.
It's a great deal. You hate to lose prospects, and they lost 2 good ones, but this guy's one of the best closers in baseball, and it makes we've turned the bullpen into a really good bullpen as far as I'm concerned now.
He didn't call him one of the best relief pitchers, Mike. Call him one of the best closers in baseball.
Yeah, no, he made it clear he's a closer.
So that's the president of baseball operations and the Phillies manager both saying that this is a closer. So I think we can relax on this idea that Duran's going to be coming in the 6th inning.
I don't think Topper is going – I don't think people have to worry about Topper not using Duran as the closer because, quite frankly, I don't think Topper makes that decision. The closer has been now given to him. Topper, this is your closer. Use him in that role. And I will be shocked if he does not use Jhoan Duran as the closer. For whatever other purposes, he has a great entrance. It's like some amalgamation of The Undertaker and some other stuff kind of all warped in together. Have you heard it yet? Have you seen it?
I've heard it, but you've been waiting to bring that up all day long. Like, you've been hanging on that since last night.
The Undertaker gong starts the whole thing, and then as he opens the door, it kind of gets into some, other, I don't know what the song is. I think it's, being sung in Spanish, but it is like one of those really festive, pumped up, energetic. The lights go out, the phones go on. Yeah, it's going to be a scene, man. Topper's not going to have a say in this one. He has been told, we got you a closer. You will use him in the ninth inning. Topper says, he's a closer. That's what I got. Tim in Summers Point says, Mike, I could not disagree more with that text message from Paul in Millville. He says, not having Romano and Kepler on the field is an overwhelming net positive. The Phillies are better today than they were yesterday. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Get ready to hear the gong in the ninth inning. It will be Jhoan Duran and his amalgamation entrance song of The Undertaker and some other thing that Josh looked up. But I would imagine he will get a bunch of chances to throw in the ninth here, and it will be a nice scene when the closer comes in the game. You got a guy now who has his own thing, his own song, the whole 9 yards. When you're at Target Field out in Minnesota, they ask you to turn the lights on your phones on. They turn off the lights, and out comes Jhoan Duran to close out the ninth inning. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907 online at broadlees.net. No Phils today, so we'll have the trade deadline today. Are they done? Do we think the Phillies have made their final move? They have made 2 trades, and one of them includes closer Jhoan Duran. The other one includes outfielder Harrison Bader. They get him from the Minnesota Twins as well. So you look at the Minnesota Twins and the Phillies, they make these 2 deals. The Twins end up getting Mick Abel, Eduardo Taiit, and then 2 other minor league players who are way down the prospect list for the Phillies. The Phillies end up getting 2 players to help their Major League Baseball roster for this season. This is what this year was about. You had to try to make deals, and the Phillies wanted to preserve their farm system with Miller and Crawford and Painter, while also helping the big league club. They have done that, but have they done it enough? Would you prefer to see them make another move to try to get another player in here? And if they were able to get another player, is it a bullpen arm or is it another bat? Now, you can make an argument that, hey, Harrison Bader is not a home run bat. We had Scott Lauber on in the first hour of the show, and he said he's not really sure he's even an everyday player. The Phillies might try to play him every day. He has played every day for the Twins this season, and he's been okay. I mean, he hasn't been like, wow, he is great out there. He's a guy that he's having probably his best offensive season, 258, 338 on base percentage, 439 slugging percentage. 12 home runs, 10 stolen bases. His splits are pretty even. He's got a 779 OPS against lefties. He's got a 774 OPS against, 779 OPS against righties, 774 OPS against lefties. You would probably say that that's better than Max Kepler, Johan Rojas, and Otto Kemp. I would imagine that right now Brandon Marsh has been pretty good since he ended up getting hurt and has come back. March has actually been on a kind of a tear recently here. So we talked about it with Scott Lauber earlier. Where does he play? Is he the center fielder for this team? Does he go to left field, and he's the right-handed bat, and the right-handed bat against left-handed pitching in the platoon, and Brandon Marsh goes to left field. And then you call up Justin Crawford, and he is the starting center fielder. There are so many possibilities here, but it also opens the deal. By the way, David Bednar has been traded, and he is going to the Yankees. So David Bednar heads to the Yankees. They get another closing arm. David Bednar, Devin Williams as well, who was their closer they picked up in the offseason. Look, 3 hours to go. Are the Phillies better right now than they were yesterday? Yes, they are. But are they good enough? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. A lot of people chiming in on the text board. We talked about the one text. We'll read this one again that Tim in Summers Point said. He could not disagree more with a text message that we got earlier that said the Phillies are not good enough in the bullpen by getting Jhoan Duran. Now, I would say this. I think they're obviously better. They have a lockdown, shutdown closer now who pitches the ninth inning. The eighth inning, you're better because now your ninth inning guy is now in the eighth inning, and that includes two guys because, as we know, the Phillies will still – Caleb Cotham is big on these pockets, right? We hear that word pockets a lot. In other words, if there's two lefties up in an inning, you're going to see Strom pitch against the lefties. And if there's two righties up or more in an inning, you will see Kerkering get those. So sometimes you could see Kerkering pitch the seventh if right-handers are up to bat in the seventh inning. And if there's left-handed batters due to pitch in the 8th inning, Strom will pitch in that spot. So you have a situation where the Phillies pushed everybody back. It's almost like the batting lineup, right? You have a leadoff guy. If you put the leadoff guy in the 1 hole, the one guy can go to 2, and then everybody goes down 1, and it deepens your lineup. The Phillies have that situation now where you bring in a closer, everybody gets pushed back 1, and now your 8th inning's better, your 7th inning's better, your 6th inning's better. But I certainly can understand what Paul in Millville's saying is, I'm still a little nervous with this bullpen because there's a lot of guys who were here last year. One of them, Kerkering. The other one, Strom. And they did not get it done last year. So you are well within your rights to be concerned that the bullpen is not good enough. And I have no idea what to expect from David Robertson. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that David Robertson's going to come in here because, quite frankly, in 2022, when they got him from the Chicago Cubs, he had pitched really well with the Cubs. Like, really well. And you're like, wow, this guy was awesome with the Cubs. And he came to Philly, and he was just okay. Then he had that weird injury. I think he got hurt, like, celebrating or something in the divisional or the wild card round. And then he couldn't pitch. Or he got hurt, not in the wild card round. He got hurt celebrating in, like, the season finale, like, just by jumping up and down or something.
Yeah, he had that injury, and that made him unavailable for, I don't want to say the whole playoffs, but it seemed like half the playoffs.
No, well, he came back. He actually saved Game 1 of the World Series against the
right,
Astros.
But the first 2 rounds, he was basically like not even on the playoff roster.
Right.
The word I'm
So,
looking for.
but he had made very little impact after coming over from Chicago.
Right.
Now, when he was with Chicago, you were thinking to yourself, man, this guy was really, really, I mean, like a really, really good closer for that season. In 2022 with the Chicago Cubs, when the Phillies got him, he had a 2.23 ERA, a 1.04 whip. He had 51 strikeouts in 40 innings, and he was their main closer. He had, at that point, had saved 14 games for the Cubs. So he was basically what Duran is right now. He was the main closer on a team was just average, and he had really, really good numbers. But his numbers right now, I mean, in 2022, how comparable are they to Durant's? Very comparable. 2.23 ERA for David Robertson in 36 games. I think Duran has pitched like 41 games. He has like 41 in a third innings pitch. Robertson has 40 in a third inning. So the numbers that Robertson had in 2022 when they got him were really, really good. Now, he was 37 years old at the time. But when he came to Philly, he was not really as impactful as you thought. Now, his ERA, 2.70. His whip was a little higher here, 1.3. He had 30 strikeouts in 23 innings. So he was good. He was good. But then he got to the playoffs, and he really wasn't the impact pitcher that you were hoping for. This version of David Robertson, I can't imagine is better than even that one that you had a couple years ago in 2022.
No, he's not. I'm not acting like Robertson, or I don't think anyone in the right mind is acting like Robertson is coming in here to necessarily save this bullpen. If they did, they would have traded for Duran. But it's the idea that the reason why this team is better with Duran is less about Robertson and is about you're lengthening the bullpen now. You're now bumping everybody back into a role that is less worrisome. You feel better about Kerkering and Strom in the 7th and 8th innings. You feel better about Romano being bumped back to the 6th inning. You're not worried about Tanner Banks coming in, a high leverage situation in the 9th inning. And now, if Robertson does come up, it's almost like whatever he can give you, you feel good about it because you're not asking him to save you.
Yeah, no, your hope better, but your best arm on the depth chart, is that good enough? Because really, series, they had Alvarado, they had Sir Anthony Dominguez, you had Suarez pitching some big moments, you had Zach Eflin pitching in some big moments. I'm trying to think who else was even on that team because they were so short in the bullpen, and realistically, when they got to the World Series, they just ran out of gas. I mean, they just did not have the depth to their bullpen that year, with Alvarado and Sir Anthony Dominguez really leading the way. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Is there anybody I'm forgetting from that 2022 bullpen that made an impact?
Connor Brogdon.
Yeah, he had some moments, I guess. I don't remember him pitching like often. I remember him coming in a World Series game.
He came into the World Series game, yeah.
But that was about the only moment that I remember him having. I don't really remember him having a big impact like all the way through those plays. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm pulling up the playoff numbers now.
I remember the night that he had the World Series, and you thought, like, oh, my gosh, if this guy can do this, and the Phillies might have got something here. This young kid maybe just kind of grew up right before your very eyes.
Andrew Bellotti.
Jeez, Bellotti.
He appeared in 8 games. He had a 1.29 ERA, though.
Whatever happened to him?
He dropped off the face of the earth. Brogdon showed up in 7 games during that playoff run. And then Brad Hand showed up in 7 games. Hand stunk.
Yeah, he was the lefty that they got later on from the Padres. And look, that offseason, I remember that playoff run, it was Dominguez, it was Alvarado, it was Eflin. Eflin was kind of a key guy there.
Zach Eflin appeared in 10 games.
Yeah, and I remember him closing, like coming into, not every night, but he closed some games in that run.
He had one of the team's 5 postseason saves.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did. 609-403-0973. If you're watching on the YouTube channel and on the X platform, let's read off some of the comments over there.
Really quick, I clearly remember Brogdon because remember he came into that one game where Syndergaard completely fell apart by the end of his start.
I remember the game he came in the World Series.
And you were sitting there, at least I was sitting there, thinking, oh my gosh, is this skinny little kid going to get us through this next couple innings? And he did a really good job.
And he did not have a good year. So you were like,
right.
He had been so inconsistent. And Brogdon was kind of the guy that you have been you had hoped that he became your Madsen. He kind of had a Madsen makeup and look to him, and kind of had that 2-pitch arsenal with the changeup and the fastball, and he just never really, was much of anything. In fact, Brogdon, I think, is out of the league right now. Mike, the Phillies had to trade for a closer because of what happened yesterday. That's from Robbie in Little Egg Harbor. Well, they had to trade it for a closer. Forget what happened yesterday. They had to get a closer because their bullpen stunk.
Connor Brogdon has actually appeared in 30 games for the Angels this year.
Pitching well or no?
He's got a 4.83 ERA, so no.
Okay. Well, to go back to that 2022 bullpen, the Phillies really had 2 guys they could count on. But those 2 guys were Alvarado and Sir Anthony Dominguez that year was lights out.
Yep. That was like the best year of his career, basically.
Well, and then after that he got hurt. You never really heard from him again until like 2 years. So it took him like 2 years to come back.
Yeah, and then he gets traded in the middle of a doubleheader this week.
Yes, he did. He went from Baltimore to Toronto in between games of doubleheader. All right, 609-403-0973. The Yankees just got David Bednar. So if you were somebody who was hoping the Phillies could get some more bullpen help, I would guess that Dennis Santana is still a possibility. If I'm Dave Dombrowski right now, I am still trying to get another bullpen arm. Now, you might say that much like the Mets did yesterday, they already have Edwin Diaz. They went out and got Ryan Helsley. And they went and got Gregory Soto last week. So they've added 2 arms that they're going to be using in the playoffs. Now, Soto isn't great, but they had a void in their bullpen from the left side. They went out and did something. I think of the Phillies, the one question I would have is, why would the Phillies not go out and get another bullpen arm if they could? Realistically, Dave Dombrowski has to be looking at his roster and saying, I have an overload of starting pitching. They have to go somewhere. I'm not going to not pitch Ranger Suarez or Aaron Nola in a playoff series because I just don't need 5 starting pitchers. So they have to go somewhere, and he might just be saying, hey, listen, I got one guy. I like Kerkering. I like Strom. I think Tanner Banks could be a guy that pitches some big 6th innings for us. Maybe some 7th innings. and then I have Luzardo, and then I have another guy. So I think that is probably why you're not seeing, as of right now. Now, this conversation could be going back and forth, and they could be saying, do we need another bullpen arm? Do we need to do anything else? Is Harrison Bader enough for us? I can hear all these conversations. You just sit down at that table and you spin them around the room, and everybody throws their 2 cents into the mix.
And the other part of this conversation is we haven't got a chance to talk about this too much, Mike. Who they have given up in these trades so far. You know, when they got Bader, they gave up the 17th ranked prospect, Henry Mendez, and another player who's not even in the top 30 in their organizational rankings. So he didn't give up a ton to get Bader. Now, on the flip side, you gave up a pretty big price to get Duran. As Dombrowski explained, you're not giving up what you gave up to get Duran if it's for a rental player. And I think this helps people understand the Phillies approach this deadline. Take a listen.
We would not have paid this price for a rental. So that's what really is a difference for us. So not only this year, but 2 more years, 2 more seasons after this. So if we were talking a pure rental, we would not have traded these players for that.
So the fact is, and he said this, throughout the night, was we were not trading Painter, and we would not have given up Abel and Taiit if it was only for 1 year, if it was only for the rest of this year.
Right, that's what a rental is. For those who don't know, a rental is a guy who's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. So the idea is that if you look at who the Phillies could trade right now, and again, this is just pure, big picture speculation, but unless the guy's under team control for the next couple of years or a year or two, you're not giving up a top 10 prospect. So now, if Bader costs you the 17th overall prospect in your organization, what do other teams think of your prospects is really what it comes down to. And if you're a team like the Pirates with Santana, as you mentioned, obviously, if the Yankees are getting Bednar, they're giving up something significant to get him, and the Phillies are saying, we don't think Bednar is worth that. Look at what the Padres did. The Padres gave up the number 3 prospect in all of baseball to get Mason Miller. The Phillies are telling you, we are not trading Andrew Painter or someone of that ilk for the guys that are out there. So teams right now are probably trying to see what they can get still for some of these guys.
Well, I'm sure the phones are lighting up right now, as our text board is at 609-403-0973 and on the YouTube chat. 40 kids watching on YouTube. He says, great trade for Duran. We finally have a hard-throwing, reliable closer. Now Kerkering and Strahm can move to more suitable roles. That's the big thing, is that Kerkering and Strahm are now in the 8th and 7th inning, and now you feel a lot better about those 2 guys there than you did at Kerkering closing games out. I don't think Kerkering is right now ready to be the closer. Unfortunately, he was a guy that I had said I'd like to see close, but he hasn't been good enough. So you got to move him back to the 8th inning, 7th inning, those 2 spots. Patrick is watching on YouTube. He says Bader isn't a good enough bat. I don't think he's a great bat. He's like adding like a Brandon Marsh of last year.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Max Kepler, Weston Wilson, Jhoan Rojas, all 3 of them have been so poor as hitters that Harrison Bader is like an all-star compared to them. So you have to think about it as I made the comment, Mike, over the weekend. There's a difference between a guy and a dude, okay? Is Harrison Bader a dude? No, he's not a star player. But is he a guy who is a major upgrade over what you already have? Yes, he is.
Well, he's better than Rojas, and I would say,
he's better than Kepler.
He's better than Kepler, no doubt, and that moves Kepler, I think, out of this rotation.
Thank God.
Joe is watching on YouTube. He says Duran's a great trade. Bader is just another guy. It is not enough, so he thinks Bader just a guy, not a dude. Let's see. We got Joe is watching on YouTube. He says Kwan is a better option. You have to give quality to get quality. Yeah, I mean, Stephen Kwan, I guess I'm wondering what the ask was for him.
Yeah, I'm assuming that for a guy who's an all-star and a multi-time Gold Glove winner, that the asking price is probably in the vicinity of, like, some combination of, like, Justin Crawford and some other guy in the top 10.
Yeah, and, like, would you trade Crawford to get Kwan? Isn't Crawford what you hope Isn't Kwan what you hope Crawford becomes?
Right. So
but do you say we need Crawford to be Kwan now, so we'll just take Kwan now?
It's a good question. Like, for example, Crawford is the number 4 ranked prospect according to Baseball America. One guy, though, is not going to get the deal done. So how many more prospects are you willing to throw into this conversation?
James Doyle is watching on the X platform. He says, not enough. Not enough for the Phils. Owen says, who have the Phillies gotten? Well, Owen, they traded for a closer, Jhoan Duran, and they traded for an outfielder in Harrison Bader. Stepsev says, Phillies need another bat. This team falls flat offensively every year in the playoffs. Well, he's not wrong about that. Is Harrison Bader fixing that problem? Probably not.
Probably not. But again, you didn't bring in Harrison Bader to fix your entire lineup. The guy who would have fixed your lineup got traded late last night.
Well, this comes back to, in the playoffs, your role players need to kind of, come through in certain spots, get on base, and then you need your big guys, which the Phillies' problem has been. Their big guys have not come through. Your, Turners, Castellanos, Schwarber, Harper, they've come through it sometimes. But last year in the Mets series, they got cold. In the Arizona series, the last 2 games at Citizens Bank Park, basically you got nothing from Harper and Schwarber. Castellanos was horrendous in the series against Arizona. Spencer Hamilton is watching on YouTube, and he says fans at the bank are going to love Duran. But if the Phillies' bats go silent, as they are prone to, it's either hot or cold. It's not going to matter. He's not wrong. Like, you could have great starting pitching and your bullpen, but if you lose the game 2-0 or 2-1 or 1-0 or 3-2 or 4-3, you do need to have some consistency to your offense. So Spencer, I think we all can agree that the Phillies offense is still a concern, but their bullpen was also a concern. Are we less concerned about the offense today than we were yesterday? You have to say yes to that.
I was going to say really quick. So I'm looking at the details of what the Yankees gave up to get David Bednar. The Yankees gave up more for Bednar than the Phillies gave up to get Duran. It kind of gives you an idea that, the Yankees were so desperate.
Well, as you keep waiting, too.
So it makes you have to explain, listen, for people like myself, we've been criticized, we've been angry, we've been frustrated with Dave Dombrowski. You got to give Dombrowski credit. He got a guy for a value that was legitimately fair. Right now, you have teams like the Yankees and the Padres and the Mariners, by the way, who are all overspending because they're getting desperate.
609-403-0973. All right, Dave Dombrowski, something else that he said yesterday that I thought was kind of intriguing. When we talk about Duran getting here, that he's a legit closer. He can get both sides of the guy, both righties and lefties out. So he adds something to this Phillies team that is really something that they have lacked. It was the last time the Phillies had a shutdown closer.
10 years ago?
You going back to what, Papelbon?
Papelbon.
Right? I mean, they really just haven't had a guy to pitch.
Well, here's the guys they've had in the last several years. Remember they signed Corey Knebel. That didn't work out. They had Hector Neris. That didn't work out. You mentioned David Robertson, who they traded for. Craig Kimbrell was good for half a year. Zach Eflin was good for a month as a bullpen guy.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and he was gone.
But this is essentially what Dombrowski said. He says he felt like the Phillies have been good enough in years past, but they didn't have this player, Jhoan Duran. They have not had this guy in this incarnation of the Philadelphia Phillies.
And I think we have a chance to win. I think we have, but I felt that in the past, too. We just haven't given it up. A lot of times you can't get a guy like this either with the control. I mean, the Twins, now there's a club that decided they were in it as of last week. They were still trying to get in it. They made a decision they would go the other way. So a lot of times you can't get a guy like this, and they finally decided probably for them, they still have other good bullpen arms, as you know, with Jackson, Stewart, and really Barlin that they have. So it's a situation where I think they probably felt, well, you know what, if we're going to maximize value, this is probably a time to do it. Makes sense for them, too.
It makes sense for them because they end up getting a pitcher, a starter they really need it in Mick Abel, and then, of course, they get the young pitcher in Tate. But it makes more sense for the Phillies. The Phillies don't part with anybody in their top 5 prospects that they have any plans for this season or next season. And that was a big win for them. Your text messages continue to come through at 609-403-0973. We'll read and react to more of them coming up next on the Sports Bash. 5 o'clock hour, our Phillies insider Frank Close will give his reaction to the trade deadline. And if anything else happens, we're reacting to it here. If you're watching on the YouTube channel and on the X platform, we appreciate you guys. Everybody out there watching, subscribe, hit the like button, and don't forget, Saturday and Sunday, Phillies baseball is on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies take on the Tigers. Saturday coverage starts at 3:30. Sunday coverage starts at 6. Phillies baseball right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 331 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can be a part of the show there. Let us know what you guys think. Chris Hernandez is watching the show on YouTube. Mike, I'm with you. Duran's a great closer to get and try to strengthen the platoon players is the best way to go. Let's just hope Harper can get hot and become the MVP player we know he can be. That's a big one, Chris. Can they get better performances from the key guys, the stars, the big guys? We always want to blame, like, the role players. I'm not a big blame the role player guy. You know, if my stars come up small, I'm not going to blame Rojas, right? People like to blame Rojas and those guys. Castellanos, Harper, where were you in those games against Arizona? Huh? Not good enough. So it's easy to blame Rojas and those guys when the other guys aren't doing their job, because then the microscope goes on them more. Jeff's watching on YouTube. Good enough. Time to bring the trophy back to Philly. Is it good enough, Jeff? Is it good enough? Jeff Passan reports the Phillies are acquiring Harrison Bader from the Twins. Two prospects, outfielder Hendry Mendez and right-hander Jeremy Valora will go to the Twins in the deal. Give us your thoughts, 609-403-0973. Obviously, the deadline is at 6 o'clock, so we got some time before everybody out there is finished with their deals. And, hey, listen, right now you're in a spot where you can still improve this team. There's nothing that says that you can't keep adding to this roster. The Mets did it yesterday. They said, we have a closer. We're going to go out and get another guy, Ryan Helsley. Padres said, we have a closer, and Robert Suarez. We're going to go out and get Mason Miller. You know, they went out and got Mason Miller, for God's sakes. Now, they gave up the number 3 prospect in all of baseball, and the Phillies just weren't willing to give up on Andrew Painter at this spot, nor should they. Guys, are teams overspending because they are getting desperate, as Josh says, or are some teams simply going for it, going all in, as the Phillies should with an aging roster? Fair question.
Well, I think Duran is definitely a chips to the middle of the table move. I don't think it's...
Yeah, they're not being cheap with that move.
I mean, you gave up, according to Baseball America...
And I don't think they overspent on Duran, by the way.
No, but they gave up the number 6 and number 3 prospect in their organization. So, I mean, if that's not going all in, I don't know what it is. Now, it's not the overspend that the Padres and the Yankees are currently doing for guys.
Like, would you have rather given up Andrew Painter to land Mason Miller? Or are you saying, hey, you got Mason Miller, we really liked him, but I think Jhoan Duran is right there with him, and we gave up a lot less?
I think he's right there with him because, again, Duran has a high strikeout rate. He's a guy who is a swing-and-miss pitcher. He is what you needed. He is a guy who comes in, and there's this guy can strike you out, dynamic. And the problem was, as this team is currently constructed, you don't have that guy.
Yeah, listen, the Duran move, I think, is a big move for you. Listen, as of until Mason Miller got traded. I mean, and listen, you can make an argument that Duran's having a better year than Mason Miller is. You might like Mason Miller's stuff better.
Right.
But Duran's having the better year.
I would go to what Dombrowski said last night. Listen to the way he verbalizes this, folks, because when Dombrowski speaks, he says stuff very purposely for a very specific reason.
We like quite a few closers, or quite a few relievers. There weren't very many available as time went on. Some of the other organizations decided to not make some moves, so we just thought he was the best guy out there, really, is what it came that was available to be acquired.
Thought he was the best guy out there, so.
Available to be acquired. He said, hey, we like a lot of closers. You know what that says to me, Mike? There's a lot of guys out there that we might have considered making a trade for. But this was the one that made the most sense.
Paul Milva says, whether you like the moves or not, you only make the Fall Classic if the Phillies figured out how to keep all the bats from going cold at the same time like they've had the last 3 postseasons. Well, Paul, that's something that Dombrowski has brought up. Like, he's liked a lot of the moves. John Middleton talked about this. He's liked a lot of the moves that they've made in years past. That Ruben Amaro made big-time moves at the deadline. That was what he was known for. You know, they went out and got Cliff Lee. They went out and got Hunter Pence. And he said, even when you've made good moves, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to be able to make it to the World Series because everybody else is making moves too. Here's what
Go
John
back to,
Middleton
like,
said.
9, 10, and 11 for us when Ruben was the general manager. He did an extraordinary job. Every move he made, it was an A-plus move. And every player that he brought in performed at a very high level. And we still lost. And not only did we not win the World Series, but we exited every year one round earlier than the year before. And then so if you kind of empty the cupboard, you can do everything right and you still don't win.
And what the Phillies have done a lot of times is emptied the cupboard, and then they go into these lulls for 10 years where they have nothing to rebuild. So you get these spurts of teams that are good for 4 to 6 years, and then they have nothing, and you're sitting through 10 to 12 years of bad baseball. Dave Dombrowski is trying to avoid that. Now, look, I think that he did a miserable job this offseason, but I think right now he's tiptoeing between trying to help this team be ready to win right now while also not being blinded by the fact that his team is getting older.
Right.
And I might have to infuse some of my young talent. And if I give away that young talent, it doesn't guarantee that I'm going to win with this team right now. And I also don't want to have 10 years of bad baseball staring at me in the face, 3 years from now. And, it's hard for fans to kind of grapple with that. You want to win now, but then 3 years from now, you're saying, well, we suck right now. Yeah, you traded away everybody, and that trade wasn't good enough. Like, one of the questions that just kind of followed up, it says, I'm not talking about what the Phillies did. Josh said other teams were getting desperate and overpaying. Is it overpaying or is it going for it right now? Which is which? I think it just depends on each team's, situation.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. Like, for example, did the Padres need Mason Miller? No. But did they say, we don't know?
By the way, the Mets have made a trade.
Is it Cedric Mullins?
It is Cedric Mullins going from Baltimore to the Mets.
I saw a tweet an hour ago from John Heyman saying that the Mets were calling about Cedric Mullins. So that's why I guessed that.
So there, continue.
So, but a team like the Padres, did they need a Mason Miller? No, they already have an all-star closer. They have 2 other all-stars in their bullpen. But they said Mason Miller is so good that we want to make sure we have all the ammunition possible, that if we get into a postseason, we don't need Robert Suarez to save a game for us.
Every team's a little different, though, too, of what do they need. Like, the Phillies don't need starting pitching right now. So they could say, we could afford to trade McAble. So teams are all in different spots. Like, are you overpaying because you want to overpay or because you can afford to overpay?
Or are you overpaying because you feel like you have to get a player? Like the Yankees. The Yankees felt they needed David Bednar. So they gave up some very high-level prospects for a guy who's, I think it's fair to say, Mike, that Bednar is not even a top 10, top 12 closer in baseball.
It's pretty interesting, the parallels between Philadelphia and New York, though. Both teams went out and got bullpen help. Both teams went out and got a center fielder. The one thing is, somebody messaged.
The New York Mets, you mean?
The Mets, yeah. The Mets and the Phillies, the parallels there. The Bader. See, I don't see the Phillies just jettisoning Brandon Marsh to like a nothing role.
No, but I go with what you said earlier, that they're gonna DFA Kepler at some point.
Yeah, I think Kepler's last day was yesterday.
And then Marsh.
We might be wrong about that, but I don't think Kepler's on the October roster.
I think Marsh is going to be your starting left fielder moving forward. And then it's just a question of, as Scott Lawburn, you talked about the last hour.
So my question would be, if Kepler's out, do they platoon Marsh with Bader in left field, and then Crawford is your center fielder starting Friday night?
You certainly could do that, because what that does is now you are putting your best athletes on the field. Because we have no idea how good Crawford can be at the big league level yet. We have an idea of what he could be, but he hasn't been here yet. So, but what you're saying is, hey, these are our best athletes. These are our best potential guys. So we're going to put our best potential lineup out there each night.
Nick in Tuckerton says, I'm still waiting, Mike Gill. Kepler is still on this roster. Nick, I said August 1st. I said August 1st would be the day that he would be gone. And I can't imagine that Kepler, even if he is, because I don't know that they're going to, I think they'll call up Crawford to play center field, and Bader will platoon in left field with Brandon Marsh.
Right.
Because now that makes you pretty good defensively in left field and in center field.
And, Marsh, as you have pointed out, Mike, ever since he came back from his injury, he has hit well.
Yeah,
Not great.
another home run last night.
Yeah, he has hit well. He has done the job of a player that you need him to do. And I think that as long as Marsh keeps playing at the level he's currently playing at, you have a more than satisfactory left fielder.
How about this? Jhoan Duran will wear number 59. Do you know who is currently number 59 who's giving their number up?
See, I'm horrible with numbers. So who's currently number 59?
Rob Thompson.
Oh, really? I would have never known Rob Thompson's number.
Well, they never wear a jersey. They always wear a pullover.
He's always had a pullover on.
Yep. Topper's going to number 49.
Is it irrelevant to 49?
Hey, my closer wants 59. He gets it.
Exactly. What's Rob Thompson going to say? No.
Dave Dombrowski was awful over the winter, which is why I was panicking from the rip, but these are right moves. Well, there's no reason to panic. Dombrowski's had a pretty good track record. He's won a couple World Series, but he did not have a good offseason. Just because he had a bad offseason, you don't hit on every single year. But that being said, Dombrowski has not had a lot of good in-season moves with the Phillies either. I mean, you could say Carlos Esteves was a nice move, but it wasn't a put the team over the top move. Jhoan Duran is better than Carlos Esteves' move last year. Put it that way.
Way better. You could argue Duran is the best move, at least in-season move, that Dombrowski has made his entire tenure here.
All right, Phils make a couple moves. They also have a couple games this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they play the Tigers, two of the best teams in baseball. You can listen to the Saturday game and the Sunday night baseball game right here on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, Evan Cohen has something to say about one of the Philadelphia executives in town. That's next. Plus, football at 4. We'll check it on the Eagles. And today, we're going to the NFC West. Niners, Rams, Seahawks, Cardinals. Going to be a good division. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up.
for you to even intimate, as someone who has never been to the NBA Finals as an executive, that a championship would be illegitimate, I actually consider that as legitimate a championship as any other one. You know why? All anyone cared about in the bubble, all anyone could do was care about playing basketball. And it is no surprise that the two teams that ended up in that championship were one led by LeBron and the other one led by Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler. Because all those people care about is winning basketball games, something you have not done at any point, at any level.
All right, that's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Evan Cohen going off on one. Daryl Morey, who said, everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it doesn't truly hold up as a genuine championship, the bubble championship. That's according to an article in The Athletic, to which Evan Cohen just roasted him, saying, don't speak on other people's championships. Now, is Evan Cohen out of line here? Did he cross the line on this one? Because I would say if you have not won a championship, are you not allowed to speak about winning championships?
No, I think he's wrong on that part. I agree with his general sentiment that for Morey to call something that was probably the most difficult circumstances to win a championship as illegitimate or not as valuable.
But there's some people that look at that
silly.
championship and say, look, if that season had just gone on, like they wouldn't have had Anthony Davis.
Maybe not.
So, a lot of that whole year was upside down. I don't think it means that you take anything away from the accomplishment. I don't think you put an asterisk on it. But it certainly gets looked at differently. Now, I don't know what the question was that had Morey even answer that question, because he said, had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated it as legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet, everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it didn't truly hold up as a genuine championship. Perhaps the lasting legacy of the NBA bubble is that the NBA should be proud of its leadership at both the beginning and the end of the pandemic. So he says, even though the championship will ever be marked by an asterisk. Now, I don't think that's accurate. They're not going to put an asterisk next to it.
Right, and that's where Morey's wrong, because Morey is acting like, well, everybody agrees that it's not real. And it's like, well, I'm pretty sure at least the two teams in the finals would agree that it was real.
So he's saying, though, that everybody he talks to around the league, he's not giving his opinion.
Well, it's his word versus somebody else's now. He's claiming that other people don't view it as legitimate.
Well, I don't know what the question was.
Right.
What was the question that made him answer in such a way?
I think that's where Morey, this is an example of where Morey sometimes just talks way too off cuff in these non-formal environments.
I guess so, but I mean, if you're asked a question for an article, was in The Athletic on the bubble experience, he told Joe Varden, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, that the NBA personnel he speaks with privately acknowledge that the Lakers championship should be marked with an asterisk, while also, though, admitting that if the Rockets won the title, he would have celebrated it as legitimate.
Yeah, he sounds like he's being two-faced. It's, hey, they won it, so it's not legitimate. But if I would have won it, it's legitimate.
No. He didn't say it's not legitimate. He said, I would have celebrated it, yet everyone I speak to for whatever reason. So he's essentially saying, I don't care if these other people don't look at it as legitimate. I would have celebrated. The hell with those people. That's how I'm reading that.
Well, that's how he should have said it then.
Right? I mean, he says, had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated as legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it truly doesn't hold up as a genuine championship. So it's almost like he's perplexed as to, I would have celebrated it, but yet.
So are you suggesting that Evan Cohen misunderstood what Daryl Morey said?
It would seem that Morey is suggesting that he would have looked at it as genuine and celebrated it had they won, yet he's somewhat like, but for some reason, people don't look at it like that.
So then you're saying then Evan Cohen misunderstood Daryl Morey.
Evan Cohen sounds like he doesn't like Daryl Morey. That's what I would say.
Okay,
Misunderstood him.
I'll say it then. I think he misunderstood what Daryl Morey was saying.
Yeah, I'm saying. I think number one, I don't think he has been on the boat, as many has, as you never won anything. And therefore, because you have never won anything, you are not qualified then to talk about a championship.
Which means Charles Barkley should never be on TV ever again talking about basketball.
And I don't know that Evan Cohen's ever won a championship either, for that matter. What team was he on?
Yeah, what team was he on?
Come on, yeah,
What does he know? What has Evan Cohen won at any level to be commenting on a man who's gotten to the conference finals of the Western Conference?
I would like to know, though, like the basis of this conversation as to how it all kind of came to fruition, and what did other players in the article, because I'm kind of looking through the article right now, it looked like it was just a kind of
like a retrospective,
almost like a Q&A with so many different people about it, like Mike Breen, Adam Silver, Ben Golliver, Jody Fernandez, an assistant coach. So I feel like they just kind of handpicked the one guy that was easy to go after. He said Morey says it was a strange combination of the Coliseum for fans outside the bubble and a luxury purgatory for those of us within it. Outside, audiences were entertained by competition and isolation. Inside, players and executives battled opponents and the mental challenge of not being able to leave.
Jeez. Now I'm just depressed.
Well, I do know a lot of people talked about how difficult those 2 months were. Basically,
there were a
being
lot of
stranded
people.
there.
Yeah, a lot of people said it was a very mentally and emotionally stressful.
All right, that's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online at broadleafs.net. We have fun with those. Football at 4 is on the way. Andrew DeCecco joins us with a update from Eagles training camp and the trade deadline. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. We got a lot going on at Eagles camp today as they get ready for their first preseason game, which, by the way, is happening on a week from today. They will be at taking on, I don't know if they're home or away. No, they're home. They're playing at home today because I got an email asking if I wanted tickets to the game today. I know Big Nate said he's going to the game. Yeah, Big Nate's going to the game. So first preseason game at home against the Bengals. And, of course, you can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. We've got so much coverage of the Phillies trade deadline. Sorry, the the trade deadline going on that the Eagles have kind of got lost in the sauce. How is it that the Super Bowl champions have kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit, but somehow they are, and it's time now for Football at 4 to bring them back into light with our man Andrew DeCecco from InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. He has been at Eagles training camp, which, by the way, it is hot as heck up there, DeCecco, and I saw you wearing long sleeves the other day. You're out of your mind up there.
Yeah, man, look, it's football weather. I just tough it out.
It is hot one. It is a hot one up there, but they're kind of battling.
I'm not going to tell you that it wasn't hot.
I saw you.
When the temperatures reach that kind of boiling point, hot is hot.
It just doesn't matter, right?
I try to protect the arms and not get burned.
Well, you've been up there covering a lot of this. I want to get your take. You wrote an article. It's funny. You wrote about the linebackers up there. I saw somebody talk about how athletic and deep the linebackers are. We could have this conversation on this day last year and talk about how weak the linebacking group is. What are we seeing at linebacker with this crew right now? And this is without even Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, very athletic and a very diverse group of players. You have someone like Jhoan Campbell, who's young, he's athletic, he's rangy. Of course, Zach Bond can do it all. He's an all-pro. Nakobe Dean's injured. You take him out of the equation for now, but he's obviously very physical. He's the tone setter and the heartbeat of the defense. Smile Mondon Jr. had an active day today. I think he's done some really good things through the first 6 practices. And Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is a player who I think you could argue is among the top few standouts, consistent standouts over the last, 6 days of practice. Very instinctual play recognition, and I think that those different qualities all meld together and give you a very diverse group of linebackers.
Yeah, that linebacker spot's going to be fun to see what happens with Jhoan Campbell, the first-round pick. You're always interested. Do you anticipate that he will play in preseason games?
Yes, I do. Because you have to get him some reps before you sort of drop him in the deep end and say, okay, it's the regular season. No, we're not saying it's going to be out there for 45, 50 reps, but you would like to see your first round pick get out there, hit a couple guys, put some things on tape that can be corrected, or maybe some things you can build off of and then carry over into the regular season.
Well, I ask that because the Eagles generally don't like to play their players in preseason, but Andrew, do we anticipate that they're going to have to this time around because of all the battles that they have?
Well, yeah, that's just the nature of it. At safety and corner, there's going to be, obviously not Reed Blankenship, but Sidney Brown's going to have to play. Drew Makuba, who is nursing a shoulder injury right now. Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson. But, guys like Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, they don't need to be out there. But there are certain positions where you need to see what they can do in a live game situation and put those things on tape that can be evaluated by Vic Fangio and their position coaches and really assess where they're at, because you factor in multiple things when you're going through the evaluation process. It's not only what you do on the practice field and in joint practices, which I think are the most valuable aspect of the summer training camp portion, but also in the preseason games as well.
All right, Andrew DeCecco, Football 4. Real quick before we get to our division preview today, which is a good one. NFC West, obviously all these teams battling now for the NFC Championship. Who is right now ahead at corner on the outside for you? Is it Adoree Jackson, Keely Ringo, or somebody else catching your eye?
It's still really early. It's only 6 practices in. If I had to personally give a nod to somebody right now or the slight edge, it would probably be Keely Ringo. Keely's draft pick, 3rd season, athletic. He had a couple of nice pass breakups today. Of course, the players have been trading off first-team reps, opening practice with the first team, and then rotating throughout the day. So it's really even right now, and no one has quite yet emerged. But if I had to guess moving forward, and I've been consistent with this, it would be Keely Ringo.
All right, Ringo there. We'll keep an eye on that. They play next week, and you can listen to the game next Thursday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, let's get into today's division preview, which is the NFC West. This is a good one. This is a fun one. Let's start with the Rams, who the Eagles saw in the NFC playoffs last year, and many people thought gave them their best game in the run. Obviously, it came down to a Jalen Carter sack, or pressure, I should say, late in that game. You look at the Rams' offense this year as a better offense than the one the Eagles saw in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I mean, Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, I do like Tutu Atwell. He's kind of shifty. Of course, they signed Britton Covey in free agency, who will likely return punts for them. Their offensive line's pretty solid. I've always been a big Matthew Stafford guy. So I do believe that they have enough pieces there offensively, and you couple that with a very young defense that they've been sort of gradually stockpiling these young talents. I believe that they are going to be a team that could make some noise.
And crazy, they lost Aaron Donald, and they went back to the playoffs. And this is a team that was getting, kind of criticized for all the trades that they had made. They had no draft picks, and yet they have this really young defense. And we saw that young defense last year with Fisk and obviously Byron Young, and they've got Jared First. I mean, this is a very good young defense.
Kobe Turner in the middle of their defensive line's a nice player, too.
Yeah, and so is their defense better than the defense we saw at Lincoln Financial Field last year?
Yeah, because a lot of these guys are now a year into the system, and they're going to continue to build off of like you look at Braden Fisk, you look at someone like Jared Verse. They're building off of their first seasons, which I thought they flashed quite a bit. And you kind of look at some of the other pieces that they have. Cam Curl was a free agent addition at safety. Omar Spakes was an undrafted linebacker. They have just an amalgam of talent. Some veterans, some experienced players, and a lot of young players that I think make them a very formidable unit, really from offense and defense. I think they're largely a complete team.
All right, the Rams last year, obviously, the Eagles saw them in the NFC divisional round. You go to the other teams in the West here. San Francisco, a little bit of a disappointment last year. Do you look at that as a disappointment because of the injuries, or is this a team that's on the decline, or do you think this is a team that's ready to bounce back with an offense that is going to be different this year? No more Deebo Samuel as part of this offense, and obviously Ayuk with the injuries and Jhoan Jennings. So where is this 49ers offense?
Yeah, they were really banged up last season, so I'm not necessarily sure that that's an accurate gauge of where they are. But, yeah, I mean, look, it's an offense that has Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, who I really like coming out of Florida in 24. Jhoan Jennings had a really big Super Bowl a couple of seasons ago. And I like their offensive line. Brock Purdy's obviously going to be someone that's always highly scrutinized because he doesn't necessarily wow you with a vast array, with a vast skill set. But when you have Christian McCaffrey at running back to kind of accent that whole group there, I mean, that is an offense with Kyle Shanahan, of course, that should be able to keep things churning along.
All right, this is a team that had really, really good defense over the years, but they've lost a lot of those pieces, has a lot of different players. Nick Bosa is still there, though. Fred Warner is still there, though. Is this a defense that could help this team get back to where they were?
Yeah, I believe so. Nick Bosa, Michael Williams, who they drafted in the first round out of Georgia, is another player that I think is really going to give this unit a boost. Fred Warner, you can put him right up there with Zach Vaughn. I know Roquan Smith. Those players are viewed as the best at their position. And I don't know if they quite have enough there in the secondary. That's a question that I have personally. But Diamador Lenore, he's been solid. He's an okay player. And Renardo Green, one of their corners, who they drafted from the second round last year, is a nice talent. But other than that, I mean, they have some other pieces like Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest, who I liked a little bit too. But I don't know if they have that standout performer that you can look at as a shutdown player or an enforcer that really is going to strike a whole lot of fear.
All right, go over to Seattle where Sam Darnold is the new running back there. No more DK Metcalf, but Jackson Smith and Jigba was a big draft pick a couple years ago. Cooper Kupp is there now, so a lot different look for the Seahawks.
They have a really balanced passing attack because Smith and Jigba can really affect all three levels. Cooper Kupp, of course, is a route-running wizard and a savvy veteran. And Valdez-Scantling is such a polarizing player, considering that he's bounced around on a number of different teams. You've seen the speed manifest on different occasions, inconsistent hands, of course. But, yeah, they have a decent receiving core. Kenneth Walker, the third, and Zach Charbonnet, the kind of 1-2 punch that they have there in the backfield, should take a little bit of pressure off of Sam Darnold. And so, yeah, Gray Zabel, I can't forget they drafted Gray Zabel in the first round as well. So they have some pieces there to make it work.
Defensively, Leonard Williams is over there now, DeMarcus Lawrence. They got some good players up front there. You've also got Byron Murphy. You've got Woolen, our old buddy Josh Jobs out there, Julian Love.
Yeah.
Some interesting pieces on this defense.
Yeah, and by the way, we have had conversation about Josh Jobe a couple years ago. I was bullish on him, and it looks like he found a solid spot, a solid landing spot, and has a pivotal role there on their defense right now. But, in addition to that, Reek Woolen, Kobe Bryant, Devin Witherspoon, they have Uchenna Nwosu, Ernest Jones. I like Ernest Jones. He's bounced around a little bit, Mike, but he's their middle linebacker. Tyrese Knight's a player who I interviewed at the NFL Scouting Combine a couple of years ago out of UTEP. He's an undersized linebacker that runs pretty well. I like some of the pieces that they have there.
All right, let's go over to Arizona. Jonathan Gannon's crew. I mean, Kyler Murray, he was the first pick of the draft a couple of years ago. Now it's either put up or shut up time for this offense. They drafted Marvin Harrison in the first round. Last year, Trey McBride just got a big contract there. Are the Arizona Cardinals offensively ready to take that jump?
I don't know if they're quite ready, and I think a lot of it has to do with my reluctance in, propping up the quarterback, Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's an exciting player, but I don't know if he's the caliber of quarterback that can elevate an offense. Even with Marvin Harrison as your top receiver, even with Michael Wilson, who, I had a little bit more higher expectations of him when he was coming out of college. Greg Dortch is on the receiving core as well. He's more of a journeyman at this point, very undersized slot receiver. Quez Watkins is there. I'm not too optimistic about the offense, but I do really like Trey McBride, their tight end. I think that he's not talked about enough. He's recognized in NFL circles, but I don't think in general he gets enough love because he really is one of the best players at his position, which in theory should make life easier for Kyler Murray. I just don't know if he's consistent enough as a passer to really sustain that.
All right, let's look at their defense. John Gannon brings back Josh Sweat. He gets Walter Nolan. He's got, obviously, Budda Baker still at safety there, Baron Browning. They've got some pieces on this defense to make them interesting.
Yeah, Dalvin Tomlinson, Darius Robinson, who they drafted in the first round. Out of Southern Mississippi, if I'm remembering that correctly, talked to him at the Combine. Akeem Davis-Gaither comes over from the Cincinnati Bengals. I talked a lot about him when I was covering him leading up to the draft. Will Johnson, drafted him in the second round. That was the cornerback out of Michigan. That was somebody that slipped that I did not expect. You talked about Josh Sweat. You talked about Walter Nolan. He was injured. I don't know if he still is at the moment, but that's a player who can help the middle of that defensive line. And Max Melton from Rutgers. I've talked a lot about him leading up to the last draft. I interviewed him at his pro day, and he's gotten off to a fast start to his career.
All right, last year, very competitive division. 2 teams with 10 wins, 1 with 8. The Niners came in last with 6 last year. The Rams win it at 10-7. Seattle won 10 games, didn't make the playoffs. How's the West go this year?
I think I'll do Rams, Niners, Seahawks, Cardinals.
All right, Cardinals down the bottom there. That division's really interesting. Should be fun to watch. A lot of people like that Rams tee. I kind of agree with you too. Rams. He goes Rams, Niners, Seahawks, Cardinals. That is our look at the NFC West. We'll do the South next week, then the North, and then the East. And then we have the start of the football season right here on 97.3 ESPN. That's today's Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco. Thanks, man.
All right, Mike.
All right, there he is. Andrew DeCecco, everybody. Back on Thursday next week right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Like, rate, review, subscribe, be a part of the show. We're keeping our eye on the trade deadlines. The Mets have had Cedric Mullins. It's an okay move. It doesn't do much for me. Look, the Phillies couldn't add Mullins. He was another left-handed bat. Really struggled after the first. He had a good first month of the season, Mullins did. He hasn't done much since. Wouldn't have been a fit here, in my opinion, unless you were just saying, hey, you wanted to upgrade Kepler as the left-handed bat. I think he would have been a slight upgrade over that. Not much, though. He had a really good start to the season. I think people really looked at the start of his year and said, man, Cedric Mullins is hitting .228 with a .305 on-base percentage. His WAR is .1. He really has, when we were talking about him in trade talks, all the way back in April, his name came up. And since that time, he got off to a great start. He had like 13 home runs in the first 2 months of the season. He has 15 now.
So it sounds like to me, Mike, that what you're saying is a guy who started out hot has less value to you than a guy who's been hot for the last 30 days.
Well, I think, people hear about a player early in the year and then get excited about that player, and then it's like, wow, this guy was really good. Well, in the month of March, he hit .350. In April, he hit .260. Since then, in May, 179. In June, he hit 156. Now, July, he's come back on a little bit, .290 in the month of July. So he is coming around a little bit, but I think, he's regressing to the means of what he is just an average kind of guy, much like a Harrison Bader, but from the left side. So would you have rather Cedric Mullins, the left-handed bat, or Harrison Bader, the right-handed bat?
The right-handed bat, obviously. I mean, anyone who says left-handed bat, I think, is a little crazy. Because at the end of the day, if your goal is to upgrade this team, wouldn't you rather get a guy who is more of a explicit fit than a guy who is just a lateral move?
Yeah, listen, like if you think that, look, I think the Mets are doing a good job. They're doing around and getting things they need. I'm not saying they didn't need a center fielder. I'm not just, but I'm not saying that, oh, man, they got Cedric Mullins. What are the Phillies? How are they going to beat this team? Like, I to me, it's like the Phillies getting Bader. If you're a Met fan, you don't look at the Phillies and say the Phillies getting Bader, it's going to hit 7, 8, 9. You're not looking at that Phillies lineup and saying, oh, man, they got Bader now. That really changed the dynamic.
Well, here's the stat. So according to StatHead, which is a extension of Baseball Reference, Harrison Bader right now has a better slugging percentage, OPS, on-base percentage, and WAR than every other Phillies outfielder currently on the roster. So analytically, he is a major upgrade over every outfielder on this roster.
Well, Bader's WAR is 2.8, which I got to assume is one of the better WARs on the whole roster.
Kepler is a minus 0.3. Castellanos is a minus 0.6. Jhoan Rojas is a half WAR, 0.5. And Marsh is 0.3.
No, I'm talking about the whole team.
What I'm saying is that how extreme that is from the guys who are currently on the team.
The Phillies outfielders are miserable. I'm just saying, I would imagine his 2.8 WAR would put him amongst Schwarber's 3.7, Turner's 3.1, Bader would be next.
Right.
So he has a higher WAR than Bryce Harper does.
So for the people who are saying that is he really an upgrade? He's literally an upgrade over the whole team.
Yeah, and Cedric Mullins is 0.1. So Bader is a far more impactful player than Mullins is right now.
Right.
But, they're both, to me, bottom of the lineup guys. By the way, Carlos Correa has been traded to the Astros. This has been kind of a poorly kept secret that this was going to happen, but the Twins are really just starting to dismantle people.
Yeah, and I think that's why if you would have asked people the last couple of weeks, Mike, about the Twins and about Bader, for example, I don't know how many people thought Bader was actually available.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think some of these moves like Correa and Bader, these are deals that you would have looked at and been like, are the Twins really making a deal? Like Dombrowski made a comment yesterday, Mike, about how they weren't even sure that the Duran deal was even possible. Take a listen.
The
I really didn't think this one was possible a couple days ago. I'm not really sure what the difference was in that regard. I do think that having Abel close to the big leagues made a difference, because I do know that they had a lot of interest in him. We've heard from a lot of clubs that were trying to get him after we got him.
Bader, Abel, that a lot of clubs were trying to get Abel.
Mick Abel, yeah. Now, I think it was more than just Mick Abel why the Twins are selling off, because
what's Bader's contract after this?
I have to pull that up. But what I was going to say is that apparently the Twins had an ownership meeting yesterday with the general manager. So I'm assuming that that's the genesis of this, that they all kind of sat down and decided this is the direction we're going.
Well, I would rather, put it this way, at the end of the day, I would rather Bader than Mullins.
And I agree. I don't think anybody in the right mind would pick Mullins over Harrison Bader at this point.
A bunch of trades happening now. The Rangers making a deal. The Astros making another deal for Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins.
By the way, Bader is...
Go ahead.
Bader has a mutual option for next year.
Okay. So you get maybe a controllable guy?
Maybe.
If you want, I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live. Eugenio Suarez, by the way, he is in Seattle. He got traded late in the night or early in the morning, whatever you want to call it. A lot happening. An hour and 40 minutes. Dave Dombrowski is going to talk tonight at 6 o'clock. So he will recap as soon as the deadline hits. Dave Dombrowski will be talking to the media. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. When we come back, it's another edition of Knicks Nuggets. Earnshaw joins the fray next on the Sports Bash. Welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Trade deadline day's been wild all over baseball. Things are happening. They're moving all over the place. Carlos Correa is heading to the Astros, or heading back to the Astros. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Astros are working hard to acquire Dylan Cease from the Padres. We'll see if something gets done there. Will the Phillies get another move? They got Harrison Bader, kind of like an Austin Hayes type of deal. Good defensive player, average offensive player. Better than what you had? I guess so. Thoughts on that and more? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Time now for Knicks Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, and he is the producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He is here for another edition of Knicks Nuggets right now on a special trade deadline sports bash. What's going on, Nuggets?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Nice to talk to you on this trade deadline. We got, just over an hour and a half left to go here. I only got 2 nuggets for you today. Dave Dombrowski only gave us 2 nuggets, and we'll start with the more important nugget here today. And Jhoan Duran, Mike Gill, this was a slam dunk move, and it looks better and better as the trade deadline has gone on. They got tons of value here, I think, for the most part, with what the Padres gave up for Mason Miller and what you've seen the Mets give up as well for the multiple relievers that they have got. And the Phillies give up Mick Abel. You knew he was going to be dealt today. By today, I should say. You knew that was coming. Taiit, yes, he's a nice prospect, but he is very young. He's going to turn 19 next month. He's a ways away. He's not replacing JT Realmuto anytime soon. So that was the slam dunk. It was just after you guys got off the air yesterday. I know you came back on, etc., to talk about it. It was a fascinating move. I didn't think it would happen. I thought, Dombrowski might lay low. Who's he going to go get? Maybe a Helsley, maybe a Bednar. Bednar ends up with the Yankees. Helsley with the Mets, but he ends up going all in, gets the best closer on the market. The guy has a 2.01 ERA, is 16 of 18 in save opportunities this year. And by the way, he's got a pretty cool entrance into the ball game. So that it was a steal for the Phillies. I thought they got great value in that trade, and he's controllable for 2 more seasons, Mike.
Yeah, listen, they're much better today in the bullpen than they were yesterday, but the question is, are they deep enough in the bullpen? Now They have a guy in the 9th inning, but can they get you through to the 9th inning? Ryan Kerkering and Matt Strahm will pitch, the 7th and 8th innings. They'll, depending on if there's lefties or righties up the bat. David Robertson, don't know what he's going to end up being. He should be up here next week when he is eligible to come from the AAA up. He's allowed to come up. I think August 5th is his day that he's allowed to come up here. And then, you have to look at a spot where do they have enough, is there a starter that will come to the bullpen and help this bullpen out? Getting the closer had to be done. They didn't give up a whole heck of a lot for my taste. I thought they did a really good job of getting an elite level closer at a low price. Much better. Look, I like this much better because last year we talked about Estevez, and you were all about him, and I said, he's good, but never pitched in these moments. Jhoan Duran has pitched in the playoffs with the Twins the last couple of years, so he has had some playoff performances. He knows what it's like to try to get the last out in a playoff game. That's one of the reasons why I like this deal too.
Yeah, I think everybody should love this deal. Surefire slam dunk, back end of the bullpen closer. That's his title. He's not coming in the 8th, not coming in the 7th. You bring him in the 9th inning. That is his time to shine for the most part. So I love the deal. I want to play something, though. You mentioned the depth in the bullpen, right? They go get Robertson. They sign him off the street. They bring him back for the 3rd time. They have Kerkering. They have Strahm. Banks has been good. But here's what Dave Dombrowski said yesterday following that Duran trade and if they're going to be done or not. Take a listen.
Looking for bullpen help?
No.
This is it.
No, I mean, there's somebody that's so good on here, but between Duran, we've got Robertson coming, and we're pleased with his progress. We have Kerkering from the right-hand side, and then with Strahm on the Banks. We feel very comfortable where we are. And I'm going to talk to Topper, and he'll talk more about him. He's a legitimate closer, so we feel he'll fit into that role for us.
So, Mike, we have less than an hour and a half now to go to the deadline.
By the way, got another deal. The Padres the Padres have landed Ryan O'Hearn and outfielder Ramon Laureano from the Orioles. So San Diego is telling telling the Dodgers we're coming after you, and they're letting the National League know that we're in this thing.
Yeah, I want Dave to do one more thing. Like, if you can go get one more reliever, Santana's out there, right? Somebody else to add into the mix. I know in the postseason you're going to have a starting pitcher, whether it's Luzardo, Nola. I know Scott Lauber was on earlier talking about, is he a guy that really profiles as coming out of the bullpen? Probably not. You really would prefer him to start. So I'm curious to see. Maybe they add a reliever. I know everyone's talking about another bat. I think that move's been made. We'll get to that in a second. But there could be another move out there to go get another arm. It just doesn't seem like Dombrowski feels they need to or it's necessary.
Well, that bite there said, no, we're done. We're the bullpen.
Yeah.
But keep in mind what John Middleton, the owner, said a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I guess that bite was, where he said, hey, listen, we can move a starter to the bullpen. That is something we can still do. So if you put a Jesus Luzardo into that bullpen or somebody else, now I thought Mick Abel might have been a guy that could have pitched in the bullpen. Maybe they open up on Painter. He did throw 103 pitches yesterday, Andrew Painter. That's the most pitches he has thrown all season long, so they feel better about where he is. But I would imagine that you were going to see Duran, Kerkering, Strom, and then Tanner Banks, I would imagine David Robertson, those five, and then a starter or two as 6 and 7, and then maybe Romano is the 8th guy.
Yeah, and you wonder what they do with Painter Romano. That's still it's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun how they utilize him if he's still on the roster in the next couple of days. But listen, Duran, he's slam dunk. The back end is okay now. You can breathe a little bit when he comes into a ball game. You have Kerkering, Strom, Banks. All right, Robertson, we'll have to see. It stinks because if you had Alvarado, Duran back end of the game, guys, 8th, 9th, that would be legit right there. That would be nightmare for other organizations. However, you're not going to have Alvarado for the postseason. Now, next year, different story if they want to keep Alvarado around. Sure. Next year, that's great. You have your bullpen is set because you have Duran for control over 2 years. Okay. So next year, that's great. But this year is the concern. That 8th inning, they got to have somebody they can really rely on. You hope it's Kerkering, a Strom, a Robertson, or a Banks, and that guy can go to the next level, at least one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of this trade, too, is that Duran is controllable, so you have him here for the next couple of years. So you take your shot with him this year. If you don't win, you say, okay, now at least I don't have to fix the bullpen, back end of the bullpen next year. I have Kerkering, I have Duran, and you can kind of start with that as opposed to trying to figure out what you did this year, which once Alvarado got banged for that suspension, that just threw everything into chaos.
Yeah, and you know, I wonder what they do with him when he comes back, right? I wonder if that'll be asked in the press conference. You said 6 o'clock. Dombrowski, it seems like at the deadline, is going to be coming on talking to the media. So I wonder, someone should ask about Alvarado. What is his role as we end this season? Because you want to get wins. You want to try and win the division, right? So do you utilize him in the 8th and 9th, and that's your 1-2 punch? I'm very curious to see how they utilize him when he's eligible to return. I think that's going to be fascinating. Yeah, the playoffs, yeah, it's a different story. It's a different animal. I get it. But if you get Alvarado back, it's another arm. It's not like he stinks before the suspension. He was a good pitcher. He's still a good pitcher. Anyway, he's had a good career, so why not use him?
Yeah, well, listen, I think he'll use him up here in the month of August and September, and they'll do everything they can with him to try to help them get to the playoffs. The problem is, if he's pitching these high-leverage situations, 7th, 8th, 9th inning right now, you don't have him available to you in October. So, yeah, you got to start, I talk about this a lot, talking to people. You've got to, like last night, for instance, Banks through the 6th, Lazar through the 7th. And we were talking about this yesterday, like, hey, is Max Lazar, he's been pitching really well. Is he a guy that could make the playoff roster? And we had said he needs to start pitching in some higher leverage situations. Last night he got the chance to pitch in some higher leverage situation, and it didn't go so well. So it's like, hey, I need to see against a team like the White Sox in a 2-2 game, are you able to kind of get yourself through this inning so I can give you more big leverage situations? And he obviously could not handle it last night.
Yeah, no, could not handle it at all. And we don't have to talk about that White Sox series anymore. There's no need for it. That was just an atrocity. Listen, Duran got traded here, so kind of that gets put on the back burner for a day or two, right? Because it's the trade deadline. That was not a pretty series, not at all. So there's that. But I want to move along to nugget number 2. We got to talk about Harrison Bader. There was reports coming out about Luis Robert Jr. What about Stephen Kwan? Could they still go after Stephen Kwan? Tommy Pham got brought up again. Thank goodness they didn't go after the trade deadline merchant and Tommy Pham. It feels like Bader's name's come up before in the past as well. Listen, he's having a nice season overall. He's been better this year than he was last year with the New York Mets. But what's fascinating to me is how they're going to utilize him, right? Against lefties, I mean, he's a right-handed bat. He's batting .241, 318 OBP. But, I mean, you look at his numbers against righties, he's better against righties this year. He's batting .266 with a 347 on base percentage. So do they expect him to be every day? Are you going to platoon him with Marsh? What are you going to do? Is Crawford going to come up? I think Crawford might have to be my third nugget today because he's going to be in the mix if they don't make another move by 6 o'clock. And you're telling me Dombrowski's going to speak at 6? Well, he better be on the phones until 6:01. That's what I want him to be doing at this point, Mike. Bader just doesn't seem like enough. One more bat?
Well, I don't know what they're going to do with Bader. You're right. I mean, to me, he's a center fielder, better center fielder. He's a gold glove center fielder, and Marsh is not a good center fielder. Marsh's profile is better in left field. So does Bader play every day in center field, and then Marsh moves over to left to play with, Otto Kemp? Or does Bader go to left field, and he's a platoon with Marsh, and it's a Marsh and Bader left field platoon, and Justin Crawford comes up, and he's the center fielder. That's a lot to put on Justin Crawford. Say, hey, kid, you're up here in the middle of the pennant race, and now you're the everyday center fielder. So do they then use Bader in center, and Marsh goes over to left and platoons, and if Bader struggles every day, do they bring Crawford up to platoon with him? I don't see that happening. I think Crawford is in the mix in some capacity, so he plays center field. Bader is a platoon player in left field along with Brandon Marsh because, quite frankly, Marsh has done a pretty good job, and I don't think the Phillies want to boot him from the lineup. So it's to me, and Dave Dombrowski's going to talk at 6 o'clock on this. I would imagine someone will ask him. Bader will be – now, I think the interesting part will be, does Dombrowski say like he did with Austin Hayes last year? No, we look at him as an everyday player. Okay, where does he play every day? Well, he's our everyday center fielder now. Marsh will play left field with Otto Kemp, and maybe Max Kepler will be gone. I think that's what ultimately will end up happening. But there are a lot of possibilities here that he could play center full-time. He could platoon in center field. He could platoon in left field. He could play left full-time, and you could have keep the same platoon that you have in center with Marsh and Rojas and just play Bader in left field every day.
Yeah, I'm just fascinated to see how they're going to utilize him because he's better against righties. Like this year, he's hitting better against righties overall. That's what's crazy to me. So, I could see my predictions. Dombrowski's going to come out and say he's going to be playing every day, either center or left. Preferably probably be center field, okay? Because he's a very good glove. Not to take away. He's a solid glove out there. He's good defensively. The bat's been pretty good this year. He's a nice piece. He's a nice pickup. Is he a game changer? Probably not. That's probably not what he is. He's not like, you and I talked about Brent Rooker for weeks, right? Or Stephen Kwan. He's not a Stephen Kwan, right? But he's a right-handed bat. He hits better against righties. You're going to see more righties than lefties anyway. So I could see him being an everyday guy. I'm just fascinated to see how they utilize him because do they want to bring Crawford up, put all of that pressure on him to produce right now, right away with a couple months left in a pennant chase? Do they want that for Justin Crawford to just throw him in there? They did with Rojas a couple years ago. Hasn't really panned out all that great.
These are all good questions because I'm not really sure if they view because this year.
Do I need to get into that press conference somehow? I mean, I will because these questions need to be asked, Mike.
You want to get in the press conference? I have the code to get in if you want. I can send it to you.
Yeah, I might have to get in there.
It's on Zoom, so I can send it to you, and you can raise your hand and ask your questions. There you go. So he has been primarily a center fielder in his career. But in Minnesota, he was playing left field this year, basically because they have Byron Buxton. So the Phillies could say, look, this guy's been a center fielder over 700 games in center field. We want him to play center field for us. He won a gold glove in center field. He's been a very good center fielder. they could say, we want to play him in left field because that's where he's played all season long, and play him every day. And then the question would be, do you just put Marsh? Because the problem with Marsh is he's a better left fielder than he is a center fielder. He's not as good in center field, obviously. So that's where I think the Phillies are kind of up in the air here. Do they want to play Marsh in center field, or they would rather have him play left field? Because you could do either or now, because you could play Bader every day in center and have Marsh play left, or you could just say to Bader, you play left field every day, and then keep your Rojas Marsh thing going in center field, which that doesn't really excite me all that much.
Yeah, the bat, it's interesting. I wonder what they do with Kepler too, because Kepler's still technically on the roster. What do you do with Kepler at this point?
I don't think that's going to last too much longer.
Yeah, I wonder if they DFA him. I mean, I would assume they probably DFA him at this point. But you got an hour and 15 minutes left of the trade deadline. Do you think they make another move? It just feels like they're kind of done. I think Bader was the move. He was the bat they were going to get. They got their arm for the back end of the bullpen. They signed Robertson. He's the other piece of the bullpen that they added to this team. It just seems like they're done. I feel like Dombrowski, I could see standing pat. We don't really need to go out and get anybody else. I know there's people out there that want Kwan from Cleveland. I understand that. That would be a nice piece at the top of your lineup. He's a true leadoff hitter. Kwan, Turner, Harper, Schwarber. It's a pretty good deal. You got Castellanos, Realmuto after that. Bohm. It's not a bad lineup if you're able to get him, but it seems like they don't want to move their top three prospects. That's Painter, Miller, Crawford. They want no parts of moving those guys.
Well, Dombrowski said it last night. They were not trading Painter. That was not happening.
Yep.
And I think there's also a balance here for him of, listen, you know, the Phillies have had some moments in their franchise history where they've been really good. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then because they traded so much away that after 11, they started to get old and the whole thing started to fall apart. I think he also wants to be cognizant of, if we start to get old, I got to have some people to replenish this. I don't want to trade all that away as we're starting to get old right now. So I think he is being cognizant of, look, Wheeler's saying he's leaving in 2 years. Painter could now be the top of the rotation guy. We could pitch Painter as the number 5 guy next year, but 2 years from now, he might be the top of the rotation guy. You know, Aiden Miller, I've got Turner getting older. I got Bohm, who I don't really want to re-sign. So I got to keep him around if Turner starts to slow down, or if Bohm walks out the door, or, something like that. So I think he was trying to keep an eye on this year's team and the future, because this team has had these pockets of teams that have been good, and then 10 years of bad teams because they had nothing in the farm system.
Yeah, I totally get it. I know you don't want to move on from your prospects. Those guys, with everybody getting older, and Middleton's talked about it too as well. But we got to remember, a majority of this lineup is from free agency. They went out and got these guys and paid them a lot of money. That's what they did. And this is the way this team's built. I think they want to try and have some homegrown guys. I mean, their homegrown guys just haven't really turned out to be superstars. Like Alec Bohm's not a superstar. He's a nice player. Bryson Stott's been disappointing. And then the rest of the lineup, I mean, their pitching's really been their best attribute with developing guys, right? Ranger Suarez, Christopher Sanchez, Aaron Nola. Those are the guys you've really
they got
developed.
In a trade too. They got Sanchez in a trade.
Yeah, but they developed him through their system, at least. So I understand they drafted them. They want them to be homegrown guys. The pitching's really been what they've developed. They haven't really developed guys at the dish. That just hasn't happened. So that is Miller or Crawford. Could those guys be expendable so you can go get another bat and go for it right now?
Now, this one from DM is watching on the YouTube channel. He says the Phillies did not do enough. They got a closer that Dave D should have gotten in the offseason, but he didn't get him in the offseason, so he had to get him now.
Yeah, well, I think that he might mean that that Dave Dombrowski should have went out and gotten another arm, a reliever during the offseason, which I tend to agree with. They could have spent more money in the offseason and got another arm in there instead of just Jordan Romano.
Yeah, but my point is this. They didn't do that in the offseason, and yet they're still in first place. So, yes, they should have done this in the offseason, but they didn't. Now, you could say, if they did this in the offseason, would they be 5 games up? If Alvarado doesn't get suspended, are they 3 games up? Are they 5 games up? I have no idea. But them not getting the closer in the offseason hasn't derailed this season.
It hasn't derailed it, but if you look at the numbers, the worst bullpen ERA among teams over 500 is the Phillies by far, 4.48. The Dodgers are under them at 4.24, Yankees at 4.24, Tigers at 4.16, and the Blue Jays at 3.94. A lot of those teams added multiple relievers. You added Duran, you also signed a 40-year-old Robertson, and we don't know what he's got left in the tank at this point. He hasn't pitched this season. So another arm would be nice if they were to make another trade. He's still got over an hour here. Wouldn't mind that either.
Yeah, listen, I think the Alvarado thing really threw this thing. I think
it did.
If they would have had Alvarado, Kerkering, and Strom, and then if they would have made this move now, you would have added it to Alvarado. The problem is Alvarado, you didn't foresee him getting himself in trouble.
Yeah, that's really the problem here is Alvarado kind of messed everything up in the bullpen. But you'll have it next year. You'll have Duran and Alvarado next year, but you're trying to win a World Series this year. That's the only problem here.
Phillies really should try to move Marsh or Kepler immediately. DFA, it's a waste. Might as well get another arm for the bullpen. I think Kepler will be gone. I don't think Marsh is going anywhere. I think Marsh has kind of rebounded and saved his season here a little bit. He's actually been one of the better hitters for this team recently. He's
been really good. I was hard on Marsh, especially in the beginning of the season. He has been much better as since he came back from that injury. And then, he's been showing off the arm, and it was getting closer to the trade deadline. So I think he had a reason to play well so he could keep his job, and he's done that. And, hey, I don't think people have a problem with Brandon Marsh is playing well. That's great. But what is Bader? What is he going to do with Crawford? What are you going to do with those other guys, Kepler, the Rojas of the world? How is this all going to work out? Looking forward to hearing how this is going to shake out.
By the way, Dave Dombrowski is speaking at 6:30 tonight. 6:30 is when Dave is actually speaking. It says that after the 6 o'clock deadline, he will then take questions at 6:30 tonight.
It's good. That's good. That's what I want to hear. I want him to be on the phone. You could be on the phone after 6 for a little bit. Just get that in before 5:59 on the dot there, Mike.
So, you were concerned that at 6 o'clock he's going to be getting ready for this presser.
Yeah.
Nope, he's got till 6 to make the calls. By the way, Brandon Marsh, last 28 days, 262, 2 homers, 4 RBI, 333 on base. The last 14 days, the last 2 weeks, 275, 341 on base, and 2 home runs, 3 RBI. So the power, he hit 2 home runs. He hit one last night, he hit one the other day. So you're starting to see that. That's been the big thing, is because Brandon Marsh was a guy who did have a little pop. He was a guy that could hit about 15 to 20 home runs. And, boy, he was putrid this year. He had 3 home runs up until about this week.
Yeah, hey, remember that game in the NLDS, the clincher against the Atlanta Braves? When JT had home run, Marsh also had home run that day. So he's got pop. He's shown it before in big moments. So you need Marsh now going forward. Little over an hour left in the deadline, Mike. Those are the Nuggets for today.
All right. We'll see. We'll keep it an eye. We've got 1 hour and 9 minutes left to go in the trade deadline. And, of course, we have a full hour left to go. Next hour, we will have Frank Close with us for the full hour next hour here on the Sports Bash. Get his thoughts on the deals. And if anything else happens, you'll hear it right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I know that people are wondering, other things are going. I think the Padres have really upgraded their team.
Yeah, I think so, too. The Padres have killed it, Mike. They've killed it out there.
They have gotten Ryan O'Hearn. They've gotten Laureano. So they've gotten Mason Miller. This is a team that is
J.P. Sears. J.P. Sears is another name.
4 games out in the in the West behind the Dodgers that most people aren't even kind of thinking of them. But that's a team that right now is saying, hey, Dodgers, remember the game, the playoff series we had with you last year? Now we're really coming after you.
Yeah, they're rack and rolling. Preller out there, he's having a day. Have a day.
He is, and he has another hour left to do something. So we'll see. There's a lot of people out there that people will keep in their eyes on. All right, there's today's Knicks Nuggets on the Sports Bash. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. All right, Nick, we'll do it again tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, there you go. Knicks Nuggets, everybody on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, 609-403-0973. Hey, I'm going to tell you that the next hour we're going to be talking with Frank Close for the full hour, 2 segments back to back. We'll have Frank on, get his thoughts on how Jhoan Duran fits into this bullpen. What does it look like now with Duran at the back end of the bullpen? And Harrison Bader. What's the best way to use Bader? Is it as the center fielder, as a left fielder? Is he a platoon guy? Is he a guy that will play every single day? Right now for the Twins, he has been playing every single day, but we have that coming up next hour. Our 97.3 ESPN.com Phillies insider Frank Close joins us. If you're watching or listening and you have a question, 609-403-0973. If you want a Phillies trade question, we will answer them in the next hour. So we'll open up the text board right now, 609-403-0973. Open up the text board for the final hour of the show. Frank and I will answer all of your Phillies trade questions. And that is coming up next right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, Frank Close joins us from 97.3 ESPN.com. All right. Also, don't forget, Wednesday next week, we will be live at Yuri's again for another Phillies watch party. It will be our Phillies watch party against the Baltimore Orioles, who made a couple deals today. That is on Wednesday. So if you couldn't make it out yesterday, now the Phillies got rained out yesterday, so we didn't get a chance to see the watch party or watch the Phillies game. We had 15 minutes of Phils yesterday. But if you didn't get out there yesterday for the Super Bowl trophy, we'll have that out there with us Wednesday as well. And then starting August 11th, we will be back at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort every Monday in Atlantic City. 5 o'clock, driving you home. Trade deadline day this hour. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. The summer clearance event is on now at Whitehorse RV Center. Whitehorse RV, your adventure starts here. Whitehorse RV, Williamstown, Galloway. Frank Close covers the Phillies for 97.3 ESPN.com. The trade deadline is today. The Phillies have made 2 moves. One happened yesterday, Frank. We were on the air yesterday at Uri's. We had a fun time over there, and as soon as we got off the air, the Phillies made a move, getting Jhoan Duran, and we'll talk about how he fits into this team. And today they went out and got Harrison Bader, a right-handed hitting outfielder. I wouldn't say a impactful bat there, Frank, but let's first get your thoughts on the Duran trade. He's obviously going to be the closer for this team. Anybody worried about that? He will pitch the 9th inning and be that lockdown, shutdown closer that this team has really lacked. But they give up Mick Abel and Eduardo Taiit. What did you think of the deal first with the compensation? Let's start there.
Well, the compensation, the Phillies did pay a lot. I mean, you're not seeing a whole heck of a lot of top 100 prospects being traded at this trade deadline. The Phillies traded 2, one of them, of course, being Mick Abel, who was not on the list last year, sort of crept back in. And once the list gets updated with this year's draft picks, it's probably going to look a little bit different, and some of those players might not even be on it. But the Phillies gave away their their 4th prospect and their 6th prospect. Not terrible. The Twins get an arm they can put right in their rotation, which was really appealing to them. Phillies, of course, have an embarrassment of riches in the starting rotation and could easily afford to give that up. And they gave up Taiit, who is a really nice-looking catcher, but he's still too young to factor into the Phillies in the next few years. So there's nothing that's going to hurt the Phillies immediately, and they got real impact with Duran.
Yeah, I mean, the Mick Abel thing, I think it's one of those things where you're dealing from a strength, right? You wanted to keep Abel, but you didn't really need to keep Abel. There was no path for him to have a regular spot in the rotation, so he was the obvious guy to go. Taiit's interesting because he is a catcher, and then obviously JT's getting older, but the problem was he's a 19-year-old catcher, not a 21-year-old catcher. I think that maybe made it easier for the Phillies to say, hey, we like this guy a lot, but he really doesn't factor into our plans for 2 to 3 years minimally. So that's why it is an easier pill to swallow, because you have Duran for the same time frame that Taiit would probably still be in the minor leagues.
Yeah, very true. It was the same thing a couple of years ago with Logan O'Hoppe. He was not going to displace JT Realmuto, and I think the Phillies feel kind of confident that Realmuto will re-sign. But even if he doesn't, Taiit would not have been the one who replaced him at the end of this year anyway. So easier to swallow in terms of giving up a nice young talent. But the Phillies can figure out the catching position. They would have had to anyway.
All right, Frank, let's take a look at now the bullpen and how it's slated. Jhoan Duran will pitch the 9th inning. Kerkering, Strom, they look like the 7th, 8th guys, depending on everything. David Robertson, I guess, would be in that mix somehow, some way, if he pitches well enough. Do they need another arm before the top of the hour here, or do you see a starting pitcher going to the bullpen and helping, and that they're good enough between Duran, Kerkering, Strom, if you want to throw Banks in there, and Robertson? Is that good enough?
From the bullpen perspective, yes. You know, that Phillies game yesterday, kind of ugly at the end, of course, right? Phillies bullpen, essentially, you had a few relievers that probably aren't going to factor into this Phillies team maybe in a couple weeks. You're going to get Aaron Nola back. That will kick Taijuan Walker to the bullpen, who has not been terrible, but he would not be in the front end of that bullpen. And, the Phillies are going to get Robertson. They're going to get Duran. So that's 3 arms in the bullpen right away that are not the ones that might have been the culprit as of late. So, I think they should be okay. You'll throw Alvarado in that mix to get them to the end. And then once you get to the playoffs, the way that they set up the games, your full relief corps tends to be available every night, which means the better arms are the ones you're going to use then. So, having Duran, having a lockdown closer, you notice, Mike, that unlike in the past, Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, they call Duran the closer, period. This is not a mix and match kind of situation. He does not plan to do what he did in the past, which is throw his lefty reliever like he did Alvarado against the lefties, or his righty reliever, or I guess right now Kerkering, in the past Hoffman, Estevez against the righties. He is going to get the ninth inning, period. That's a very big change in philosophy for the Phillies. And then when you consider that, then below that, you have many good arms where you feel a lot better about the Kirkerings and Stroms and Banks and Robertson before him.
So they don't, in your mind, need to do anything else in terms. And Dombrowski said last night, no, we're not really looking for another arm unless something kind of is presented to us. But you think the bullpen as is, and then obviously they'll put a starter or maybe two into that bullpen, that this bullpen is ready to go for the playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is good enough for the playoffs. But what concerns me, Mike, I mentioned the relievers that sort of blew up last night aren't going to factor in, but that Phillies lineup did only score 2 runs last night, and they are still hit or miss. And Phillies went in today with the idea that they would add bats. I don't know if that's bats with an S at the end, as in plural. They have one, and I think like a lot of people in the Delaware Valley, I've been hitting the refresh button on X to see if anything else is going on. But the Phillies maybe could still be in another deal, but we'll see.
Yep. By the way, the Dodgers are acquiring outfielder Alex Call from the Nationals. That's a name that was brought up by the Phillies reporter Matt Gelb earlier today. A guy that basically is a split guy, a platoon type of player. So let's talk about that. The Phillies did get I don't know how you look at Harrison Bader, a right-handed bat. Generally a center fielder, but has played left field this year primarily because Buxton is the center fielder in Minnesota. He has won a Gold Glove in center field. Let's start with Harrison Bader. What position do you see him playing in Philadelphia?
That's a really good question, and I haven't even figured it out yet. I guess a lot depends on what the other moves the Phillies make are. He does profile as a decent center fielder. He has a right-handed bat. Could he be the platoon partner of Brandon Marsh? Maybe. Does he sort of replace Rojas in that regard and somebody else plays left field? Or is he part of a left field platoon with Brandon Marsh and somebody else plays center? Could that be Justin Crawford? Could it be somebody who's not on the roster yet? I think this last hour here, we might get the answer to that, because it seems like the Phillies are ready to move on from Max Kepler. It seems like the Phillies are acknowledging that Johan Rojas isn't good enough. So really, this is kind of a work in progress, I think. I mean, Bader, he could start if the Phillies need him to. I think they're weaker if they continue with the same old platoon in center and start him in left. But he's had pretty good splits. I mean, he has a little bit more power when he bats as against lefties. He's a right-handed bat, so when he faces lefties, that's a natural matchup, right? A little more power, but he's hit righties as well too. So just with a tick less power. He's having probably a career year for Minnesota before the Phillies acquired him. So really nice player. I think he's underrated. He's probably that guy that I keep saying, Dave Dombrowski is going to find somebody we didn't expect. I think Bader is that guy, but I would really like to see the Phillies make one more move here.
Well, there's a lot there because obviously you mentioned, all right, he could play center field and he could be the everyday center fielder. You would move Marsh to left, and then Marsh would be the left fielder and Kemp would be the platoon player against the left-handed pitching. You can go that route. That would probably be the best thing, and then Rojas is likely the odd man out here, and Kepler would be the odd man out in left field. He could play left field and play there every day and keep Marsh and Rojas in center field. Doesn't seem as likely. Why would you play him in left? He's a better center fielder. Marsh is not as good as a center fielder. So it seems that he would play center. But what does that mean for Justin Crawford? Because as Crawford is a factor here, where does he fit into this mix, if at all?
That's a really interesting question. And I don't know that I have the answer to that just yet, Mike. When you consider that Crawford could play center field, could play every day, they could call him up if they don't trade him. The Phillies trade him now. Well, that could answer that question. But, I always kind of thought that either Crawford would be moved in a trade or
It
Crawford
could be between now and the top of the hour.
Yeah. Or he would come up and play every day. I don't think Crawford would come up to play every day, which makes me think that this becomes a Marsh Bader platoon if that's what happens. And I could see Bader getting more of the at bats, and than Marsh, of course, because he's got that track record.
Well, that's
so
the thing.
This
That's
is really
where
tricky.
that's where I find this, Frank, to be a little tricky. Is that you could call Crawford up, he could play center field, and then Bader and Marsh could platoon over there. But you essentially then brought Harrison Bader in here to play like 2 days a week. And I don't know, is that what you were thinking about when you made a deal at the deadline to improve your team? Is just get a guy to play a couple days a week? I can't imagine that. But maybe they just said, hey, we just need to improve our platoons. And by improving our platoons, we improve center field by finding an everyday center fielder in Justin Crawford. And by improving our platoons, we put Marsh and Bader in left field, and we're better in left field.
Yeah, I think when the dust settles, there's a lot for Rob Thompson to figure out and how he's going to use these pieces. But I think it's very, very fair to say that the Phillies got better when you consider that somebody off this roster is going to be subtracted. Obviously, I think it's Weston Wilson is the first to go, and you're that much more deep. And I will add too that Nick Castellanos, his defense in right field, probably needs to have someone play some good defense at the end of the game for him. So there's another piece here that you can use there. But I really got to wonder now. The Dodgers did not get Kwan. Some are speculating that Stephen Kwan of the Guardians is probably staying put. You look to the Chicago White Sox, of course. Phillies have been linked to Robert, but he could be staying put. The Mets and Phillies were the two front runners, quote unquote, for Robert, and the Mets ended up going with Cedric Mullins and picking up a heck of a lot of other pieces too, Mike. By the way, but so does this mean that both of those players are staying put? Are the Phillies in on both? Or the Phillies in on somebody else? Pretty tricky here.
It is, and I would wonder, is Stephen Kwan a guy that would still, you bring him in to play left field? He's a left-handed bat. I guess that would almost mean that Brandon Marsh could be the odd man or another odd man out.
He could, or maybe he could go in a trade. Now, Ken Rosenthal, the Athletic, just a few moments ago says that Kwan is not likely to be traded, or is not seen as likely to be traded at this point, but the Guardians are still chatting with teams about him. But it seems like the price is really high for Kwan, really high for Robert. Almost doesn't make sense that it's really high for Robert, but I guess teams value their own players a little bit differently sometimes.
All right, well, let's ask this question because there are two new players coming in. One is a outfielder in Harrison Bader. The other is a relief pitcher. So who are the two players that are now not going to be here tomorrow?
Weston Wilson, Seth Johnson. I think those are the two easy ones. But there could be more. Of course, if the Phillies make another deal, but it's also if they decide to call up Justin Crawford, they could be moving somebody else off the roster.
So if you were just Duran's going to be here, and by the way, Duran's going to wear number 59. Which is Rob Thompson's number. Thompson is changing to 49. So Duran will be 59. Someone's got to go. You're saying that's going to be Seth Johnson. So they like Alan Rangel more than they like Seth Johnson?
I just don't think Johnson has done anything for them. So that's just my opinion. But honestly, like they have Ron Hell on the roster. They also have Robert on the roster. They have a few places. Yeah. Daniel Roberts, so it's they have a few options in other words to make these changes, but
Seth Johnson is a very interesting story because you traded for him last year, and when you got him back in the deal, people around baseball were like, "Whoa, that's a great arm to get back in the deal." He was one of the highly regarded Oriole pitchers. And here you're getting him, and now you're not all that excited about him. That's why you do trade prospects.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily that excited about him, but he doesn't seem like he's ready yet for the major leagues. But he could be someday. But right now, yeah, he's got some tools. But I'll be honest with you though, Moises Chase, the other player they got back. Remember, this is for Gregory Soto. Right, the Phillies sort of fleeced I thought the Orioles for him, but Soto ended up netting them some prospects this year from the Mets. But yeah, Phillies had a really nice deal there. Chase is the bigger prospect of the two from that Soto deal.
Yeah, so Weston Wilson, I think, would be the guy that goes down. I think we agree there. I wonder, do they look and want to play? I guess Kemp will play third until Bohm returns, and now you have Bader that can. This is going to be really interesting to see when Dombrowski talks at 6:30 tonight. We'll be able to get more of a clear picture, I hope, to say what's your intentions with Bader, center field, left field, everyday player, platoon player. Because I agree with you. I think Weston Wilson's the guy that goes. Does Kemp play third base? Does Sosa play third base? Because Kemp, it would almost seem like, depending on the answer for Bader, would be the odd man out of that left field thing, potentially.
Yeah, Kemp might be back to the bench and to be a bench piece ultimately, but that's okay. You need good players on your bench, right? He probably is not in the outfield mix at this point, I would say, but as long as Bohm is out, he's going to get some opportunities at third base, I believe. And Sosa is going to play some second base too while Kemp is at third, because they like to play those righties against certain lefties.
Right. Well, you would imagine that Sosa and Kemp would be in the lineup a lot together whenever there's a left-handed pitcher, because Sosa, you think they're going to play Sosa at left against lefties exclusively at second base from here on out, right?
I think he'll play against most lefties at this point, whether it's at second base or third base. I mean, it might depend on the individual matchups, but I think you're going to see a lot more Sosa and probably a lot more at second base.
All right. Well, we're talking with Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. We are going to get into what has happened all around baseball. By the way, our own Nick Earnshaw posted a poll question up, and he asked the listeners, less than an hour to go, seems like Bader and Duran are the moves. Are you satisfied? Right now, 82% not satisfied, Frank. Are you satisfied, though? If you're covering this team, do you think after watching this team day in and day out that they have done enough? Because based on, look, they don't exist in a vacuum. The Padres have gotten way better. The Dodgers are getting better. The Mets are improving.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the Phillies can't be done. This is going to be I think. Let me put it this way. Dave Dombrowski has done a lot of last-minute moves lately. I remember talking to you the hour before the deadline last year, and you gave me an over-under of moves of one, and I said more, and it ended up being two. So I think you're going to see something in the last half hour, because that seems to be what Dave Dombrowski does.
And if you're talking about something else in the last hour here, is that another platoon-type player? Or do you think they're really trying to take one more big swing here?
I wouldn't be shocked if they're looking for a bigger swing in terms of a bat. They might not get it. I mean, it's just because you like somebody on somebody else's roster doesn't mean you get it. But, there's two ways of looking at it. One is, I think, the prospect haul a lot of these teams are getting for their players is on the surface kind of light. So does that mean that some teams are in turn going to trade for that same kind of haul, or are they going to say, well, that's not worth it then, and not make the deal? So, but it's really interesting to see here how this plays out, because you heard a lot about Quan, you heard a lot about Luis Robert Jr. Both of them still on the board. All the teams that weren't the Phillies that tended to be linked to them, they're all kind of moving on to other options, right? With the Mets getting Mullins and the Dodgers now getting Call. So I gotta wonder if this is going to there's going to be a lot more moving. In fact, there's even now a new report that the Diamondbacks could be closing in on a deal to trade to the Texas Rangers, Merrill Kelly. There's a lot of real big activity going on right now.
There is. Well, real quick, Frank, would you have rathered Cedric Mullins or Harrison Bader?
Bader. I would say Bader. Mullins has been very inconsistent as of late, so I think Bader is I think he's going to surprise some people. He's better than you might have thought about him as watching him with the Marlins or the Mets in the past. He's having a really nice year. I think he's a very nice player.
All right. We'll keep our eye, see what's going on. We have another segment coming up next, because the Phillies made moves, but so did the Mets and the Padres and the Dodgers and others. We're going to talk about all those moves and what it means for the Phillies coming up here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Frank Close is back for another segment. Dave Dombrowski talks at 6:30 tonight. You're listening to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 5 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash Trade Deadline special till the top of the hour. This hour is brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. The summer clearance event is on now at Whitehorse RV Center. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. Whitehorse RV, Williamstown and in Galloway. Frank Klotz, our Phillies insider from 97.3 ESPN.com, is back for another segment. Another trade just happened, by the way, Frank. Merrill Kelly is heading to the Texas Rangers. So the Arizona Diamondbacks have traded Suarez and now Kelly. So they have obviously put up the white flag there in Arizona. That looks like a two-team race, obviously, in the West. But let's talk about what has happened around. Yesterday, Phillies get Duran, Mets get Helsley. Phillies get Bader, Mets get Mullins. The Mets have also added some other little pieces here and there throughout. Who's better at 5:27 at the trade deadline day? Who's done a better job today, the Mets or the Phillies?
That's a really, really difficult one. I think the Mets have picked up some sneaky pieces that directly address their divisional rivals. I think Gregory Soto, they got him to get Bryce Harper out. I think they got Rogers so that they could get out Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto, Alec Boehm. So I think those are the sneaky moves the Mets have made, which could help them in a head-on-head battle. But in terms of the players the Mets got, you got to wonder how Helsley will work, not in the closer's role. I'm assuming Diaz is still going to close. So we'll see how that works out. And let's not forget the Phillies got to Helsley in the playoffs once before. So I don't know if that's a match per se, because now I think the Phillies have a better closer than the Mets do. But the offense, I'm not that thrilled with Mullins. I know the Mets needed some help there. Reportedly in on Robert with the White Sox, but this is a pretty interesting question you're asking, because I don't think that either team moved the needle in terms of, like, if you look at where they're at now as they opposed to where they were before all this began. Just head on head, I'm not sure that the needle moved at all, like just looking at the two teams, but we'll see how this finishes up, Mike.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, both teams are very similar. They added an extra bullpen, actually two. They got Soto and Rogers and Helsley. You've only got one. Now you could say, hey, you got to include David Robertson in there, and then probably, a starting pitcher. So the Phillies will probably have three new bullpen pieces come October than they did at the beginning of the year, similar to what the Mets have done. They just did theirs all through the trade here. The Padres, what about what the Padres have done, though, today? They're 4 back in the West, but they might say, hey, the Dodgers, we're coming after you now.
They definitely are. I mean, the Dodgers have scuffled a little bit as of late, and it really has let the Padres hang around. And, you make your head spin with all the moves that they made. People coming and going, moving some of their assets you would think they would want to keep, but then loading up on other assets. They were the ones, after all, to pry Miller away from the not Oakland Athletics. Nobody thought Miller would be moved, and he ends up moving. So the Padres are being really bold. AJ Preller, their general manager, he's been known for his aggressiveness, and he is certainly being aggressive. So, in fact, it's you got to wonder about the team dynamic, what's going to be left after all the comings and goings in San Diego there. But yeah, he means business. He wants to. He clearly wants to take on the Dodgers, who have opened the door a crack, and the Padres are going to see if they can get in there. But they're going to be a strong contender for a wild card anyway.
Well, let's talk about that. They did get Mason Miller, and yesterday Dave Dombrowski said, hey, we got the best closer on the market. But would you rather have done what the Padres did and said, hey, we're going all in, or do you like Duran better than Miller?
I like Duran better than Miller. I will say of the two, I think Duran's having a better season than Miller. And, I think that Miller has not necessarily seen the high leverage that you would want him to have at this point. I actually, all things equal, I think the Phillies got a better pitcher for right now. And yeah, he doesn't have as much control as Miller would, but by the way, the I keep wanting to call them Oakland, whatever they are, A's. You can't call them Sacramento A's either, but the A's, they were probably right to move him because now they have a piece that might be their starting shortstop of the future, and they need to get ready to move to Las Vegas eventually. So I thought that they were smart to finally give in and trade the guy that pitches 1 inning 3 days a week and get some more impact pieces for their roster. But let's face it, the Padres paid a big price. You knew it was going to be a big price. Phillies, I think, did very well without maybe paying the price that the Athletics would have wanted, which might have included Andrew Painter. And kudos to the Phillies for resisting that temptation because they got the job done without him.
Frank Close is with us for the final segment of the show tonight, 609-403-0973. If you guys have questions on the trade deadline, you can certainly continue to text them in. Harrison Bader questions, of course, and questions on yesterday, Jhoan Duran. Those are the two moves that the Phillies have made. Guys, I'm fine with the moves, but if they can cut bait with some of the older prospects and cash them in for something useful, they should do it. Guys like Rincones, Anthony, McCollum, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, like if there's a move to make and you can use those mid-tier, prospects, guys that you don't really, foresee helping you out, I mean, I guess you could still try to add to this year's team, but, you're just really hitting on the margins. I would rather them try to take a big swing if that's possible, but that might mean you're trading Justin Crawford.
Yeah, that might require. If you're getting a Stephen Kwan, you probably have to trade a Justin Crawford because he is a bigger piece and he is a bigger piece with some control. Beyond that, I mean, it sounds like the White Sox want way too much for Robert. So unless there's another surprise name out there, or if the Phillies are going to make a third trade with the Twins, who just made another trade, by the way, just sending Castro to the Cubs, I believe. So.
Twins are somebody had tweeted earlier that they weren't going to trade Castro because he was actually going to have to play every position in the same game after all the trades they have made today.
Yeah, you know what, too? Who was it? The Dan Hayes, who covers the Twins for MLB.com. He said, "Who would want to stay here with all these moves?" So, I don't know. So of course, then
all right,
people
well,
will say,
Buxton.
That's
Interesting, right? Does Byron Buxton look around and say, "Oh my God, this isn't what I thought it was at the All-Star break"? You know what? If somebody wants me, I'll waive my no-trade clause.
Yeah, I would be shocked if the Phillies are asking that question right about now. But yeah, it's going to be Buxton and a bunch of anonymous players and Mick Abel starting, I think, the rest of the season.
By the way, the move for Willie Castro, he goes to the Cubs. So the Cubs now get a super utility player out there. That deepens their bench. Also, Jake Bird, that trade is official. The Yankees have gotten right-handed pitcher Jake Bird. Now, that's the kind of move that, like, if the Phillies said, hey, we'll give you Gabriel Rincones for Jake Bird, I would have been interested in something like that just to give me another arm in the bullpen.
Yeah, he was a name on my list early on in the season when you realized the Rockies were out of contention maybe by the second series. But Bird had a really strong start, kind of slipped a little bit, but he'll be a nice addition for the Yankees, who, by the way, have been just accumulating players as well. I know they're not direct competition of the Phillies.
David Bednar, by the way.
Yeah, Bednar. They got Bednar from the Pirates, and of course they kind of kicked it off with getting Ryan McMahon from the Rockies, who seems to have had a little resurgence here, getting out of Colorado, which is kind of funny because he was batting under 200 when he was not in Colorado this season. So Diamondbacks have made. I'm seeing too much in front of me here. The Yankees made some really shrewd moves, I think, and they're going to solidify their place as they try to really take that AL East from the Toronto Blue Jays, who have been pretty good lately.
By the way, one of the players traded in the Merrill Kelly deal is Cedar Creek High School alum David Hageman, who pitched at West Virginia. He was traded in the deal, so if you are a Cedar Creek alum or high school fan, Dave Hageman, who pitched there, and then he was at Holy Spirit, I think, for his last year. I think he transferred his last year over to Holy Spirit. Dave Hageman was in the deal for Merrill Kelly, so now Hageman will be in the National League. He will be pitching with the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't know right now. I think Hageman is up at he might be at A-ball. ball at this stage. I think he's at A ball. He left rookie ball. I think he's at A ball right now. So, yeah, there you go. Just to throw that out there as we're keeping our eye. We got, I don't know, about less than 25 minutes now till the end of to the road here.
Yeah, and the Twins are still dealing, apparently. So Francis Romero is reporting that they still might trade starter Joe Ryan. So maybe you might see some more from the Twins. Who knows? Maybe you can pry Buxton away from them.
Yeah, Joe Ryan traded as well, so that's another deal that the Twins have just made. We're looking at the deal. Harrison Bader is the offensive player the Phillies have added. And I would ask you, we didn't really talk about this, but if Bader plays every day, I imagine, for the Twins, he's been hitting 8-9 in the lineup. I can't imagine that changes here. He probably hits at the bottom of the Phillies order.
Yeah, I would agree. He is not that right-handed behind Bryce Harper that we've been talking about. That would be the ideal acquisition. Of course, Suarez traded last night as well, going back to the Mariners. So that trade probably that possibility probably went away once Mick Abel was traded to the Twins, because I think that he was the best piece the Phillies had to land Suarez. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be another impact bat like Suarez out there.
By the way, you just mentioned Suarez, Robert Suarez. You have that bullpen now with Mason Miller and Robert Suarez. What do you think about stacking up these National League playoffs with the Padres bullpen? The closers in these playoffs now for the National League, Diaz and Helsley. You have in the 8th. You've got obviously Suarez right now, if he stays in San Diego, with Mason Miller for the Padres. Obviously, the Phillies just got Jhoan Duran. You've got the Tanner Scott, who I think is hurt right now with the Dodgers. But you got some interesting bullpens and closers in these National League playoffs all of a sudden in the blink of a day.
Yeah, very true. And although there were some reports that the Padres might trade Suarez, so
Right.
Who knows? I mean, there's a lot coming and going in San Diego. Maybe we see some more movement in the next 22 minutes.
Well, we're talking with Frank Close. A couple more. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Nick from Tuckerton says, I'm still waiting on Kepler to get off this roster. Yeah, well, I would imagine, Frank, he will be gone tomorrow?
I don't know, because they're only adding, one offensive player. And I think that Weston Wilson is probably
that
it.
goes into what Phil just texted and says, guys,
Yeah.
I would love it if they brought Crawford up. He creates flexibility, and if he can start and produce in center every day, it would be exactly what they need. Good point of keeping Painter, Crawford, and Miller for the future of an aging team. I would definitely rather see Ranger and Walker in the playoff bullpen rather than all the BP arms except the top 3. Great show, guys. Now, Taijuan Walker, I would imagine, will not be on the playoff roster.
Yeah, probably they just don't need him. I mean, he's had a good season. I think he'll be helpful in the bullpen when Aaron Nola gets back, but they just don't need that many players in the bullpen once you get to the playoffs.
But the point that Phil brings up about Crawford, you call him up, and you could have a lineup of really Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm when he gets back. Castellanos would be in the 5 hole, and then they've been hitting Marsh in the 6 spot here. I'm wondering, does he stay in the 6th spot and then 7, 8, 9, depending on the platoon situation? You could have a day where it's Marsh hitting 6th. I guess then you would have, if Justin Crawford was here, he could hit 8 or 9, and that gives you a high on base guy, hopefully, at the bottom half of your lineup to turn things back around. JT Realmuto would be in there somewhere as well, probably in the 7. So then your 8 spot could be Harrison Bader, and you would have a 7 Realmuto, 8 Bader, 9 Crawford. Much different situation than what you're doing right now.
Yeah, that makes me believe still more that the Phillies are at least trying to get somebody to be in the middle of the lineup, because the players they're accumulating, or even if they add Crawford to the mix, they're probably bottom of the order bats, and what they wanted was impact in the middle. So we'll see. I mean, there's no other team talking to the Guardians about Steven Kwan, except maybe the Phillies. At least it seems like the ones that were in it were ruled out. So if the Guardians move him, maybe they have a shot. And then I think if you get that bat, I think everybody is really happy.
All right, I'll read this one this was earlier today from Paul in Millville. He says, Mike, I don't mean to be a negative Nancy, but Duran is one guy. You still have to make it to Duran with the rest of the bullpen guys who have been shaky at best. I do not believe we made enough improvements to truly contend, much less win the division. He lists Gregory Soto, Jordan Romano, Carlos Estevez as former closers that had good pedigrees that did not work out here. Says, I do not have much faith that Duran will be the closer, and that is his only role because they have done this with the other guys. Soto was a closer. He did not close here. Romano was a closer. He kind of got the shot to close here, but wasn't very good. Estevez kind of was the closer. I mean, by the end of the year, he was pitching the ninth.
Yeah, it was. I never really got a feel for what those. I know Rob Thompson said they went with matchups. I never really totally figured out what they were exactly,
Yeah.
but I mean, there are plenty of times that even Hoffman came
Whatever
out to
matchup
a big.
Caleb Cotham cooked up that day, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, I don't. This is not going to be a bust like those. I mean, when you got the others, you knew, for example, Romano was coming off a bad year and an injury, and it was sort of a roll of the dice. When you got Soto, you were hoping for better than you got, but they didn't cost him a whole lot in trade to make that deal. So it's not like the expectations were that he would come in and be the closer. But no, but the in terms of talent, Duran's is off the charts compared to those two players. So and even Hoffman, who worked his way to the back, he was not signed to be a closer, but he ended up closing some games. But the talent that you're going to see at Duran, I think he's going to be. I would imagine that this person is. I'm sorry, I forget the name you said, but I bet you he has not seen a lot of Duran. But I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it seemed pretty clear to me that Dave Dombrowski was saying he's going to be our closer, topper last night. Yeah, he's going to be, he's going to close. And I would be pretty shocked if Jhoan Duran is not closing every single game for the most part that he's available. There might be a night that he's not available, but I would be pretty shocked if he was not closing for you there. All right, well, you got a lot of trades happening. You've got some other things going on leading up to the last 15 minutes or so to the deadline, and we will keep our eye on it between now and the end of the show. Frank, anything else you want to add in here before we get ready to get out of here?
17 minutes. My gut says the Phillies might make one more move, but we'll see. My gut said the Phillies would get Duran last night. Those were my closing words yesterday, so hopefully I'm right this time too.
Hopefully. We'll see. All right. Frank Close, everybody, 973ESPN.com. Check him out over on the website at Frank Close, and he'll be back on next week with another mailbag post-deadline edition of the Sports Bash. All right, Frank. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. There's Frank Close, everybody. 97.3 ESPN.com, Phillies Insider, answering a bunch of the questions that are happening at the deadline. Colin from Ocean City. Duran will be closed and be lights out in Philly. Let's not forget why we lost in the playoffs last year. Bats, go get Kwan. Yeah, I think if they can try to make a trade to get Stephen Kwan, that would really be a big addition in terms of the depth of this offense, right? Kansas City Royals, by the way, have acquired former Phillies pitcher Bailey Falter from the Pittsburgh Pirates. So the Royals adding another pitcher to their I guess they're going to start him there. But let's say that you got 15 minutes, Dave Dombrowski, right? 15 minutes between now and the time we end the show. Will Dave do something? Stick around, find out next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, this hour brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here. Whitehorse RV, Williamstown and Galloway. All right, 5:50, getting ready to get out of here on the trade deadline special day. Phils, no Phils tonight. Phils make 2 trades, though, so far, and they've got 10 minutes to make another deal. If they don't make a deal, did they do enough? I would say they did enough in the bullpen. They could have done more. They're significantly better in the bullpen. By the way, Red Sox have acquired Dustin May from the Dodgers. Nestor Cortez. This is an interesting thing. Nestor Cortez has gone from the Brewers to the Padres. So the Padres get another player, but you saw 2 contenders and make a deal. You don't see that too often.
No, you don't. Also, Miguel Andujar has been acquired from the Reds from the Athletics, so we got some spare parts flying around here.
Got that. You've also got, as we mentioned, Bailey Falter is going to the Royals, so that trade is now confirmed. We think, anyway, that the Phillies are done. We told you earlier the Diamondbacks are sending Merrill Kelly to the Rangers in a package that includes 3 prospects, one of which is Cedar Creek and Holy Spirit alum David Hageman. So he got sent to Arizona in the deal for Merrill Kelly. To go back to the Philly stuff real quick, the big thing is they got the closer to fix the bullpen. Does it fix all your bullpen problems? No.
No, but you had to do something to improve the bullpen. And the Phillies feel like signing David Robertson was one of those moves. And now they get a closer that they say, hey, this guy's our closer. Now it bumps everyone back a spot.
So I think their bullpen is in better shape today than their lineup was. Their lineup, I still think, is still lacking, even though Harrison Bader is an upgrade. We talked about it a lot leading up to the deadline. If you just improve your platoons, are you better? The answer kind of is you are, but I don't know how much better.
Right. Are you better enough to be a World Series contender is the question.
I just don't think anybody but the Padres did anything significant to, like, change the team. Well, like, the Mets got better, but I don't think you're like, oh, my God, the Mets are way better today than they just were. I think the Padres are way better today than they were.
Well, the Padres said they're going to be like Michael Keaton getting nuts over here. I mean, they just went all out for everyone they can get their hands on. They were like, you want to make a trade? I got prospects.
Did you see the trade that happened in the middle of the game today that just happened? A player from the Yankees and the Rays game was traded in the middle of the game. He will walk to the third base side, from the third base side to the first base side to meet his new team.
Good for him.
That was Jose Caballero. Good player, by the way. A lot of stolen bases, good speed. He got pulled from the Yankees-Rays game, and he'll go from third base dugout to the first base dugout.
Yeah, the Padres getting, by the way, real quick about the Padres, them getting Ryan O'Hearn, I think, might be the sneakiest move of them all. Because he's a guy who really lengthens their lineup.
By the way, the Rays acquired Adrian Hauser now, who was supposed to pitch against the Phillies yesterday. He got pulled from the game and from the start, and that's why he was getting traded, as many people speculated. He now goes to Tampa, which is interesting because Tampa doesn't generally add, but this is a good young pitcher who maybe they felt has some controllable years. And they figured, hey, this is the kind of guy that profiles well for us.
Ken Rosenthal is reporting that the Rangers have landed Phil Maton, the relief pitcher.
Phil Maton, not Nick Maton, Harry.
Not Nick Maton.
All right, let me get you the Bet365 play of the day. How did we do yesterday?
Well, the Cubs just acquired Taylor Rogers from the Pirates.
Ooh, a lot of Rogers on the move.
You went 0 for 2 yesterday, Mike. Both the Dodgers and the Angels both lost.
Yeah, I saw that. What happened with Ohtani last night? He left the game, right?
He has hip spasms. You ever had a hip spasm, Mike?
Not sure. I like the Reds tonight. The Reds tonight against the Braves. That's my Bet365 play of the day. I'll take the Reds tonight against the Braves, and that is my Bet365 play of the day. Braves are throwing Carlos Carrasco tonight, by the way. Talk about trade deadline, prospects, all that stuff. Remember when Carlos Carrasco was a top prospect?
I mean, that guy is just hanging on. Good for him. Extend that baseball pension, baby.
By the way, Mikal Bridges just got an extension from the Knicks.
4 years, $150 million.
Throw that in the mix there, too. Hey, we want some pub. So that's our show today. The trade deadline special is in the books. Thanks to everybody who watched and was a part of the show. Don't forget, you can check out the Sports Bash next week, live on location. Yuri's in Wildwood for another watch party. And then starting Monday, August 11th, we're going to be back at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Phils get Harrison Bader today and Jhoan Duran yesterday. That looks like the end of the trade deadline. 5 more minutes to go. Follow us on social media for all the action.